Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this virtual workshop for targeting at asset managers. It is now 10 o'clock. We are going to start promptly. We're going to just run through a couple of introductory slides in the beginning. So if any of your colleagues are joining later, they wouldn't have missed much. So you should all be, people should be being admitted as we speak. So we should be ready to go in just about a minute. Okay. Well, like I said, welcome very much to the session. Thank you for joining us. For those of you that have joined some of our previous webinars, this will be all that. For those of you that are new, this is the first webinar you're attending. Welcome very much. We hoping this will be an interesting session. Today, we will be doing an introduction to climate financial disclosure. It is a project that's being funded by UK Pact, and which we'll introduce to you shortly. Just to all you should all be very used to to the kind of admin arrangements by now. If you don't mind, please keeping your microphones and videos off while you're not speaking. Please, if you can use the chat functionality to include questions, we'll keep an eye on those. And then as there's a break between presenters, we'll have a look at those questions and try and answer them as best we can. We are recording this session, just so you're aware of that. We'll share it with all the participants afterwards. Should you experience any technical difficulties, if you could please email Safako at apros.co.za, and he'll help to sort that out for you. And then, thank you very much for your time. I know it's all, Zoom fatigue is a real thing, so thank you very much for giving us a chance to entertain you. For the next, the next couple of hours. Okay, so today, just to give you an overview of what people are doing, there'll be a quick introduction. As I said, I'll do a quick introduction to the project, that's funding us. We'll also do an introduction to the project that we're running and what we're trying to achieve. Then we'll start looking at firstly at introduction to climate change. Then we're going to be looking at exactly how what is the impact of the task force for climate-related financial disclosure on investment decision making. What's the purpose, and how do we think it will impact things. Then we'll do a quick discussion about disclosure of data and trends. And at that stage, we'll probably take a quick comfort break. There'll be a couple of short breaks in between. We're hoping that this would be, by this stage, we'll be up to about 10 past 1. There'll also be a tea break at 10 past 12. So don't worry, we won't make you sit stare at the screen for the whole time. And then after, then we'll be back at 20 past 1, and then the last session we'll be speaking about metrics, targets, and also scenarios. And then there's going to be a question and answer session after after the scenarios and target session, where we'll try and answer questions after the specific bits people have presented. If any of the questions are over, we will happily allow you to speak to those, or to answer those questions, or to ask those questions, and we'll answer them at the end of the end of the session. But please, as I say, please drop in your questions as and when you have them, and we'll try and get back to you. Then at the end of this workshop, there's going to be a quick monitoring and evaluation session. It's just for our funders. We just want to understand what you got from this presentation. And also, what you want to get from the session, to understand what we could do better, in future, because there will be another round of workshops like this towards the end of the year, and we'll be dealing with more advanced topics, and we'll tell you where to get information about all of that, and then we'll try and promptly close at 20 past 2. We're not going to slavishly, obviously, try and stick to these times, but it's just to give you a bit of an idea of what we're aiming to do what. Quick introduction. I am Brent Kluter. I'm from DNA Economics. I will be taking the session later on about metrics and targets. Before that, we've got a whole host of other presenters that will enlighten you. We'll start this presentation. We're very fortunate to have Tapila Tladi from the British High Commission here to introduce the project, the UK Pact project that is funding is funding the work we're doing here today. And after Tapelo has introduced us to UK Pact, I'll introduce you to the actual project. Aligning South Africa's climate-related financial disclosure with international best practice is the project which is convening all these webinars. Then we'll start off with our colleague Sarah Mudre from WWF. He will take the first session, and he'll be followed by Melanie Smith from Six Capitals, and also Safako Matibe, also from Six Capitals, and then our colleague Adrian Bertrand. Once I've introduced the project, Adrian will take over. He'll do a more detailed introduction to all of the speakers. He'll also ask the participants to introduce themselves, so we know who's on exactly who's on the call, what you're trying to get from this. Just as a bit of an introduction, and then we'll launch into the content. So thank you very much. And without further ado, I will pass on to Tapelo to please introduce UK Pact to us, if you'd be so kind.
Thanks, Brent. Hope I'm audible and everybody can hear me clearly. As Brent said, good morning to everyone. Thank you for joining us on this workshop, on this UK Pact funded project. Glad to be here and looking forward to the session. Just a bit of background to UK Pact, what it is, where it comes from. So the program stands for Partnering for Accelerated Climate Transitions. It's funded by the UK's Department for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy. And it's a £60 million program that started running in 2018 and was originally planned to run until 2022, but will probably go beyond that. It's a technical assistance and capacity building program. It really works with emerging economies like South Africa, but others like Mexico, Colombia, China, Malaysia and others, to basically help these countries achieve their NDC commitments and to also help them align themselves really to the Paris Agreement, and for us collectively really as a globe to limit dangerous climate change. The program is demand driven, so really all the technical assistance and capacity building interventions we undertake in the program are largely driven by demand that comes from our partners in government institutions. All the work and projects we undertake are for the benefit of government stakeholders. And really it's about what their priorities are and us as a program being able to support them in meeting those. It's largely a climate change mitigation facing program, but then given, especially in a country like South Africa, where really the line between climate change mitigation and adaptation tends to be a bit blurred sometimes, we also do a lot of work that has both mitigation and adaptation co-benefits. Next slide. So the program is really structured across three components. We have what we call country programs, and this is where we fund projects, provide grant funding rather for projects that offer technical assistance and capacity building across various themes related to energy, green finance, sustainable transport and others. And really the country programs component operates in those 5 countries that you see there: China, Colombia, Malaysia, Mexico, South Africa. And like I said, really the sort of projects we undertake here are demand driven and are really dictated by the sort of priorities that are present within these countries. The other component is what we call the Green Recovery Challenge Fund, quite similar to the country-based, to the country programs rather, in that it's a project funding facility, but the sort of projects that are funded under this component are more of a regional nature, encompassing, I would say, issues that are cross-country or regional in nature, cross-country and of interest to various countries in a particular region. The other component that we have in the program are what we call skill shares and secondments. And this is where we bring together UK expertise and in-country stakeholders around peer-to-peer knowledge exchanges around a particular area. And these can last for anything from 2 weeks to 6 months. And anything beyond 6 months, we would be able to also design into a secondment where we embed an expert into a local institution for a designated period of time to assist with a particular capacity building need they have. Next slide, Brent. So the South Africa Pact program at the moment, our project portfolio really encompasses 3 themes and projects across 3 themes rather. We're funding projects related to sustainable finance, such as this one, but also in sustainable transport and within energy. And in energy, really, we're looking at 3 subcomponents as well there: the just energy transition, renewable energy and alternative fuel sources development, as well as energy efficiency and demand side management. Collectively, our project portfolio as it stands now is well over £3 million of projects that we're funding, and we'll be looking to increase the size of this portfolio going forward. The program is still fairly new in South Africa, but demand is very high for the sort of work we're doing, and we will continue to be looking for more projects to fund similar to this one going forward. So I think you can find more information about UK Pact on the Pact website. The link is there, and I think might also be put in the chat. And on the website, every UK Pact country has its own page. So you can visit the South Africa page to get more information on the projects that we are funding. And then you can also, with respect to this particular project related to climate-related financial disclosure, you can also visit the DNA Economics page, where you can get more detailed information about this project, what it's doing, and who it's working with. I think I'll leave it there. Thank you so much once again to the organizers of this, our project partners, DNA and the others. And thank you as well to all the participants who have made time this morning to join. Looking forward to the session. Thank you.
It's a pleasure, and thank you very much for the introduction. We, as always, we really appreciate your time and we appreciate your support. So thank you very much for that. Okay, and now that you know more about UK Pact, we'll tell you a little bit more about the specific project that we're working on, and as part of which these webinars are and workshops are being held. So really, I mean, the aim of this project is to address the barriers to analyze and the reporting of climate-related financial risks and opportunities, and we want to do this in line with the recommendations of the Task Force on Climate-related Financial Disclosure. So in order to do this, we brought together a team that combined international best practice with a deep understanding of South Africa's climate change policy and ESG landscape. And what we're trying to achieve by this project is really about to speed up the use of detailed, useful, and time-used climate-related financial disclosure in investment decision-making in South Africa. So we wanted this information to go beyond disclosure and to actually influence in investment decisions in South Africa. So there's a number of initiatives going on currently looking at TCFD in South Africa and climate risk. We're working with those initiatives, and you'll see on our website, on the project area on the website, there are a link to some of these initiatives. So we're really trying to support these other initiatives, and rather than duplicate, we're trying to enhance their impact. The initial focus of this project will be on transition risk, and on how it affects listed companies, and particularly we're targeting our content at asset managers and pension funds. We are considering, the potential, developing future projects that would also look at physical risk in more detail. As part of the current project, we are looking at, data sources for physical risk assessment in South Africa, and also, looking at barriers and how you can overcome them to physical risk. But we're hoping that in future we'll be able to do a more complete project, looking at physical risk. We also, as Tapela mentioned, the UK Pact is demand-led, and we're also trying to make this project demand-led. So, the tools we are developing, we're doing that by engaging, with stakeholders, we're engaging with associations, and we're trying to really develop tools that are useful, that are useful and that will be used. And all the tools that we develop, as part of the project will all be open source. They'll all be on, easily accessible. They'll be on, on the project website space, but we'll also list them on partner websites and on related initiatives, because we really want to make it easy for people to use them. As I mentioned, we specifically, put together a project team that, brings together both local and international best practice. So as I mentioned, I'm from DNA Economics. We're an economic consulting company based in Pretoria. We've been working on climate policy in South Africa for well over a decade. And as part of that, this project was conceptualized to take some of those learnings and put them make them generally available and put them in the public domain. Then also our colleagues, we're working with our colleagues, the Greenhouse, based in Cape Town. They're a sustainability engineering firm. That likewise have an even longer history than DNA in working on climate policy in South Africa. They've also developed a lot of the kind of models that's being used by the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment, and some of the other departments to plan mitigation in South Africa. So, between DNA and the Greenhouse, we have a really deep understanding of the kind of technical aspects of mitigation in South Africa. And then we brought in Vivid Economics from the UK, who's a leading consulting company. Vivid and its sister company Planetrix have really done a lot of the groundbreaking work on climate-related financial disclosure. They've done a number of the high-profile pilot projects looking at TCFD and implementing TCFD, particularly in the financial sector. They've also worked with the likes of the PRI, and the Inevitable Policy Response is a collaboration between Vivid and the PRI. And then we're also very excited to have, with us, WWF South Africa, probably one of the local organizations that have done most to highlight climate change and move the climate change agenda forward in South Africa. Also, a deep understanding of the kind of practical issues around climate change, the practical issues around the just transition that's needed in South Africa. Yeah. So you'll hear from Seren, who will be our first content speaker, and we're very fortunate to have them on board and Seren presenting today. And then also we have two of our colleagues from Six Capital, or three if you count Adrian, will be facilitating as part of this project. Six Capitals have really played a leading role in taking ESG practice in South Africa forward. And in terms of embedding best practice there, a long history. Adrian, used to be head of the PRI for Africa, so there's just a host of best practice knowledge there that we'd like to impart with you, and we're hoping that in using this team, we'll be able to bring the mitigation strand together with the ESG strand, together with just transition in South Africa, in order to really make the TCFD recommendations practice in South Africa. Now, in order to do this, as I say, we are, our steering committee is made up out of Batseta, Asisa, and the JSE. So they are our primary beneficiaries. As we said, we're aiming at the asset management and pension fund industries is our main focus. But we also have a very broad advisory group with a lot of other organizations, as you can see to the right of the slide. And the purpose of that really is to make sure that the work we're doing is applicable to the broader financial sector in South Africa, and that it's relevant to other policy processes and other stakeholders in South Africa. We've structured this project in a way that allows for different engagement at different levels. So at the highest level, we are putting literature and publications out on the website. Also, recordings of the earlier webinar sessions will be on the website. Then we also have the foundation level training, which is what we're doing now, which is again a deeper level of engagement. There'll also be, during the second half of this year, there'll be best practice training, which really will be focusing on the tools one needs in order to do climate-related financial analysis and disclosure. And then later this month, we also have we have a session on scenario training run by our colleague at Vivid, which also is much more advanced than what we're dealing with here today. So if you find this session interesting and you want to know more about scenario training, if you could, where you signed up for this webinar, you'll also find the links to sign up for the scenario training at the end of the month. And then importantly, the tools we're developing, we want to do that in consultation with stakeholders. So if you're interested in any of the things you hear here today, if you'd like to help us pilot some of these tools or understand them better, please get in touch. Contact details will be on the screen. Please get in touch, and we'd be delighted to have you more engaged in this project going forward. Okay, having talked about the broad kind of admin of the project, I'll talk a bit more about the actual, what we're actually trying to achieve. So there are really three strands to this project. And the first one is capacity building and awareness raising. And that's what we're doing here today. So we've done some basic training on climate-related financial impacts, because there's some short webinars that are already recordings of which are accessible through the website. We're also doing some webinars and longer webinars, workshops, and half-day sessions. So like this one is one of the half-day sessions that we're running. We're also doing full-day sessions for the pension fund industry. And then during the second half of this year, as I mentioned, we will also be doing advanced training linked to the second part of the second strand of this project, which is the development of tools and analysis, in order to support TCFD in South Africa. So firstly, we're developing a kind of toolkit currently that includes a number of different tools that's useful, ranging from data sources to actually modules that can do calculations in order to support the climate financial disclosure in South Africa. As part of this tool, there'll also be detailed scenario development guidance. So by building on the training that our colleague from Vivid is going to be doing later in this month, and also some other resources. And there'll also be a whole list of data sources and information. And particularly, we're trying to make it as South Africa specific as possible. So it's a big database that you can search by topic and by region in order to see what is out there. Because I think one of the learnings from this project is we've actually found there's actually a lot more information out there than we thought that can already be applied to TCFD and TCFD disclosure today. So one of the big themes we're trying to bring across during this project is that TCFD analysis disclosure can start today. You don't have to wait. You can start immediately. Yes, there's still some gaps that need to be overcome. We'll tell you all about that during the rest of the session. But really, the barriers to starting the disclosure journey is actually very low, and we would recommend that you get on this journey as soon as possible, in order to be one of the first movers, but also to learn from all the other work that's being done around this already in South Africa. Then the last strand of this project is something we're very excited about, and this is one of the main reasons why we partnered with Vivid, is we're doing a example best practice disclosure looking at the transition risk in 50 of the largest and most highly invested companies listed on the JSE. So we're using the tools we're developing. We're using Vivid and their sister company Planetrix, a very sophisticated international tool, which we've customized for South African conditions. We're also using the scenario, the development learnings, that will be shared with you in September at the end of the 30th, at the end of the month. During that session, there'll also be kind of high-level initial results from this. But what we're trying to do is we're trying to quantify, the physical risk, the transition risk inherent in these 50 companies, and we're trying to show exactly how sophisticated it is possible to do this analysis today in South Africa. So it really is possible to get going and do quite a complicated and sophisticated analysis. But having said that, this project is also built around people that are across the spectrum of engagement with the TCFD journey. So we're also providing resources for people that are just starting out, that are not ready to quantify yet, to get them started and to start getting useful information useful information out to the stakeholders. So as mentioned, we've already mentioned the website to you. All the documentation, all the tools we develop will all be hosted there. Currently, we have a number of publications. There's one done by our colleagues at Vivid, looking at best practice, for financial institutions. DNA did a piece looking at climate-related financial disclosure in South Africa. What's happening currently? What are the barriers? How do you get across this? What are disclosure trends? Where do you find information and all of this? And then also, our colleagues at Six Capitals and WWF put together fact sheets for the 50 largest companies on the JSE, where it really shows just what they disclose and where they disclose it, and it's a great resource for accessing climate-related financial information from the 50 largest companies on the JSE. So this is a great resource if you're invested in any of these companies to start your journey, and because you can see exactly what information is out there about them and how to access this. And then also, very usefully, our colleagues at Six Capitals and WWF pulled all of this together in a very easily accessible document. There's a special edition of the Atleha-edu publication that really summarizes all of this in very easy to engage with language. It's really a great publication. It's a great introduction to these topics. If you want to learn more after the session, I really would advise you to download that publication. And if you want to know even more, then you can also go to the other detailed publications and the fact sheets. So yeah, so thank you very much. That was just a quick introduction to the project, to our project and our funder and what we're trying to achieve. I will now hand you over to Adrian, and he will introduce the speakers and hopefully also introduce the participants, and then we're ready to kick off. Thank you, Adrian.
Thank you very much, Brent, and good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for joining this workshop. We really do want it to be a workshop, so it's not a webinar. We'd like to have as much active participation as practically possible from our workshop delegates. And so what we would like to do, and we realize that time is fairly limited, but we would like to create an opportunity for each workshop participant to introduce themselves. If you could just share your name and the organization that you may be representing in joining today's workshop. And perhaps if you could let us have one thing that you are hoping to achieve from having joined today's workshop. If there's a specific area of interest that you'd like one of our presenters to try and address, then there's an opportunity to also flag that with us. Brent will have already mentioned this, but please, we'd like active participation as well via the chat function. So please do use the chat function to make your comments or to ask questions. Our presenters will also be monitoring the chat function in that regard. And I think you should also be able to send direct messages if you'd like to, but let's try and send those messages so that everybody can benefit from the Q&A and the discussion. So with that, let's give you a minute or two just to gather your thoughts around who you are, which organization you're representing, and any specific outcomes that you'd like to achieve from your participation in today's workshop. And then I'm going to also ask each of our presenters to just take a second or two to introduce themselves. You've already met Tapelo Tladi on behalf of UK Pact. And you've also met Brent Kuti from DNA Economics, and Brent is the project lead for this project consortium project, funded by South Africa UK Pact. So I wonder if I can call on my colleagues Milani and Safaku. Let's start with Milani. If you could just take a few seconds to introduce yourself, then we'll go to Safaku, and then we'll go to Seren from WWF. Milani.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks, Adrian and Brent and Tapelo for introductions and project overview. Yeah, like Adrian mentioned, I work with Adrian and Safaku, and I specifically look after our research and reporting unit within Six Capital, so assisting our corporate clients with their annual reporting requirement needs and doing research, ESG-related research on projects such as UK Pact, and a prior piece of research that we've done earlier in the year with WWF on TCFD within South Africa. Yeah, and that's basically where I fit into our team. I'm looking forward to spending the rest of the morning with you guys, and yeah, hopefully engaging in a nice active conversation around climate risk. Thanks, Adrian.
Thanks, Milani. Let's hear from you, Safaku.
Good morning, everybody. Hope you're having a good morning, I guess. I'm not. It's overcast here and raining, so this is a fun morning. So I'm Safaku. I work with the Six Capitals team. I work with Adrian and Milani. So I sort of do the support for all the research and also this webinar and all the webinars that we've been having over the past month. So I'm the one that you email when things go wrong. Yeah, so I'll be sort of presenting something today as well. Yeah, and I'm pretty excited to be here. Can't wait to hear from you guys as well.
Thanks very much, Melania and Safaku. Seren, I see you've ready to introduce yourself. Go ahead, please.
Thanks, Adrian. Good morning, everyone. My name is Seren Madare. I'm from WWF South Africa. I'm an investment analyst at WWF. I work in the sustainable finance team, so focusing on all things sustainable finance. And you're going to be hearing a bit more from me later today on introduction on climate change, as well as introduction into the TCFD recommendations. So great to be with you all this morning, and feel free to pop any questions you have for me into the chat. You can send me a direct message if you like. And looking forward to engaging with you all this morning on climate financial disclosures. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Seren. And we know that you're up next, so we very much look forward to your presentation this morning. Just to close out in terms of the Six Capitals team, I'm Adrian Bertrand. I'm one of the co-founders of Six Capitals Advisory, have been active in the broader ESG space for the last 10 years, having spent time working for the UN Principles for Responsible Investment and the Government Employees Pension Fund, and now working with our colleagues at Six Capitals to assist our clients, mostly financial sector clients, better get to grips with ESG and how best they can integrate that into their strategies and reporting processes. So this UK PAC project has been a very exciting project for our team to be involved in. And we really have appreciated being able to partner with our project partners, such as WWF South Africa, DNA Economics, Vivid Economics, and the Greenhouse. With that, I'm going to then just go down the list on my screen as I see the different names. Hopefully you haven't had too bad of a hair day this morning. We'd love to see your face and to hear you introduce yourself. If you are really adamant about not putting on your camera, we won't hold that against you. But we would like to hear from you directly and hopefully audibly. If you really can't, share, via video or audible, please do via the comment section or the chat. But let's hear from Layla Joseph, you first on my list. Layla, we'd love to know who you are, who you're representing, and what brought you to today's workshop.
Hi everyone, I'm Layla Joseph. I'm the ESG analyst at Coronation Fund Managers based in Cape Town. At Coronation, we encourage all of our investee companies to adopt TCFD as a reporting framework, and based on that, we've had a number of subsequent engagements where our investee companies have listed some issues with availability of data as well as some application issues. So I'm hoping to get access to some resources and learn about what is available to assist them so that I can direct to the investee companies to help them provide us with better climate-related disclosure.
Fantastic. Thanks so much, Layla, and very much a warm welcome to you, and thanks for joining us today.
Thanks.
After Layla, we've got Anthonydane. Anthony?
Yeah, hi everyone. Apologies, I'm not going to put my video on, but I'm work for a consulting company called Change Pathways based in Cape Town. And we support a number of corporate clients in this area of TCFD. And in particular, we've been running a number of scenario analysis processes, predominantly with mining and industrials clients, but moving into other sectors, food retail, for example. So, and having done some of this initial work with these clients, a lot of the data that we draw on, the evidence that feeds into these facilitated processes is, drawing from the likes of the IEA, international sources. And while there's more that we're getting from, the likes of NBI and others, definitely there's a need for South African centric evidence that can feed into these processes. So that for me is a key area of interest, particularly that evidence. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Anthony. And I'm sure we're looking forward to also learning from some of your expertise that you can share during today's workshop. I'm sure Brent has already mentioned it, but on the 30th of September in the afternoon from 2 o'clock South African time, our colleagues from Vivid Economics will be facilitating a workshop on climate scenarios as it relates to South Africa specific data. So please do join us for that if you haven't yet registered to do so. my screen's moved around a little bit, but after Anthony, let's hear from Ian McKenzie. Ian, lovely to meet you.
Hi, good morning. I'm a director of AFC Investment Management. We're obviously an asset management company. And our major reason for our involvement in the conference this morning is for our self-education. It's ESG investing is a very crowded space in terms of an investment area. There's a lot of jargon, there's a lot of talk, and we would like to invest effectively, both in terms of getting a good return, but also on as regards to being effective in enabling climate change. So that's me.
Thanks very much, Ian, and hopefully that you'll find today's workshop beneficial. That is the million-dollar question, is making sure that the integration of ESG issues does lead to improved investment returns and outcomes for our clients, but also minimizing negative environmental and social impacts. Next on the list, we have Derek Engelbrecht. Derek, are you happy to introduce yourself?
Hi, Adrian. Yes, I am. I will keep my video off. Interesting, I come after Ian McKenzie because I represent the Lewis Foundation, and together with Ian from AFC, I help manage the investments of our foundation. The income and capital growth from these investments is what allows us to invest in animal welfare initiatives, climate change initiatives, environmental issues, and the like. So, like Ian, we are looking at ESG indices that we can invest into to obviously get a decent return, as well as do no harm. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Derek. Glad to hear that you and Ian are working together, and that there's that link with the Lewis Foundation. I think there's another link with the Lewis Foundation, because I think Sarah and Mardure and the WWF team are also doing some work with the Lewis Foundation. So we look forward to hearing more of that if there's an opportunity during the workshop. Thank you very much, Derek. I think we need to hear from a woman. So Lindy, I think you're next. Lindy van Hasselt.
Thanks very much. We're all in a row because I also represent the Lewis Foundation, which Derek described as it's a family foundation set up to support programs for the benefit of the environment. And our current focus is around a just transition to a green economy. And we've just developed an ESG investment policy. And so we're really interested in how we properly invest our endowment to align with our mission. I also sit on the council of the Independent Philanthropy Association of IPASA, which is a membership-based foundation for family foundations. So we've got about 40 members, foundations such as Oppenheimer, Ford, Wraith, Grindrod, Ackerman, and collectively they represent fairly large assets in terms of their endowments. And within IPASA, we're also looking at how we engage our members on aligning their kind of vision with their endowment and investment policies. So that is a journey that we're on, both from the Lewis Foundation and collectively with other foundations.
Thanks so much, Lindy, and great to have such a full house in terms of Lewis Foundation representatives today. And no doubt we'll be learning more from you as obviously we cover today's workshop content. And it sounds like there's a phenomenal opportunity to really collaborate as family foundations to drive positive change. So that's great to hear, and glad to have you joining us today, Lindy. Next up is Rob Short. Rob, are you willing to introduce yourself, please?
Yes, I am. Sorry. Good morning, everyone. Sorry, I can't put video on. So I am the new facilitator for South Africa for UK Pact. Starting this week last week.
Thanks, Rob. That was short and sweet. No pun intended. I struggled to hear. I'm not sure if it's my connection or yours. Can I ask you just to repeat that brief intro, if you don't mind?
Sure, it's my connection. I'm the new facilitator for South Africa for UK Pact.
Thanks, Rob. So you're our new funder representative, South Africa facilitator for UK Pact. Fantastic. We look forward to engaging you further in terms of this project and potential project extensions in the into next year. So glad that you can also join us today, Rob. A colleague from Six Capital, Sandy Nelson. She's one of our interns. Sandy, would you like to introduce yourself briefly, please?
Good morning, everyone. As Adrian said, I am one of the newest members of the Six Capitals team, Sandy Nelson, and I'm just joining to actually for self-education as well, and just to see how the team does. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Sandy. I'm sure you're going to learn a great deal from today's presentations, but importantly also the discussion that we'll be having as we learn from our participants as well. Next up is Melanie or Melanie Donation. Melanie Donation, are you happy to introduce yourself briefly, please? Perhaps we'll come back to Melanie. Let's move on to Craig Massey. Craig, are you happy to provide a brief intro?
Yes, hello, morning everybody. My name is Craig Massey. I'm the regional head for Sanlam Private Wealth in KZN and also a portfolio manager in the team. My reason for attending today is we are essentially managing portfolios in the private client high net worth space, but alongside that we look after a number of charitable trusts, foundations and independent individuals who over the last 12 months in particular have been more vocal in terms of our investment philosophy and portfolio construction with regards to ESG. And in fact, we've seen a lot of, particularly our conservation trusts, actually liquidate their mining stocks and let's say companies which are doing damage to the environment and are now asking us, to provide them with more information and reporting on ESG companies. So it's interesting, over the last couple of days, I've seen the provider that we use for our market dissemination have actually launched an ESG module, which will actually rank and provide you with information and ratings and obviously financial disclosures that are available to enable us to obviously make sure that we apply that in our portfolio. So certainly our clients and the trustees of these foundations are very aware of the ESG and their concerns around that. And it was my reason for being here is just to try and better understand the financial reporting and where we potentially can find the information to make sure that we structure our portfolios accordingly. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Craig. Lovely to have you. And interesting that your clients, much like the family foundations and the high net worth individuals that other colleagues have mentioned today are exerting additional influence and wanting more information, which is great to see. I think we're also seeing that on the institutional investor side, and tomorrow we've got a retirement fund focused full day workshop taking place for a lot of the more institutional investor clients like retirement funds, etc. So Craig, we certainly hope that you'll benefit from today's workshop. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thanks very much.
Let's try Melanie Donation or Melanie Donation. Are you able to provide a quick intro? Okay, we'll move on. Nyameka Mbete, would you mind introducing yourself, please, Nyameka? Sorry, you still seem to be on mute, and please help me with the correct pronunciation of your name.
Hi, sorry about that. Yes, my name is Nyameka Mbete, and I'm the UK Pact Officer. I support Tladi. And yeah, this is a new area for me. So I'm just like hoping to learn as much as possible and to find out what the tangible results are of climate-related financial disclosure.
Thank you so much, Nyameka. Great to have such a strong, representation from our funders, UK Pact today. And yeah, we're sure that you'll benefit from today's workshop. And please do give us feedback after the workshop. Moving on, I think it's Kevin Dantu. Kevin, we know each other, but please take a moment to introduce yourself to our colleagues.
Thanks, Adrian. Yes, I'm Kevin Dantu, Head of Clients at Perpetua Investment Managers in Cape Town. So more client-facing than maybe some of the other people on the call, although some of you obviously do have lots of client engagements. So I guess, we've always been very ESG cognizant, very much part and parcel of the way in which we approach investment ideas. And I guess the climate change issue is becoming more prevalent. It was always has been prevalent, but more so in recent times. And I guess for me, it's important to stay abreast of what's happening and the discussions that are happening around this space in order to be able to liaise with the institutional client market, especially who have it as very much in parts and parcel of what they need to be cognizant of as they implement investment strategies, especially given the long-term nature of those investments. I think something that that we, and I guess many are, if I speak to some of the consultants out there as well, are grappling with at the moment is trying to work out sort of the causal links or the links between making decisions that are in the context of responsible investments, whether they be from a climate or environmental, social, or governance perspective, but the links between that and how they get measured in terms of investment outcomes, and getting greater clarity. So I don't know if we'll cover any of that, but I guess, anyway, it's part of building up a knowledge base and information around that so that we are able to have those engagements.
Thanks very much, Kevin, for that intro. And, Perpetua is doing great work in terms of ESG and, being a responsible investor. So we look forward to learning from some of your practical experience as well. Please do make sure that you ask your questions and make comments as we progress during the workshop. So thank you, Kevin. Let's move on to, is it Sawa Nakagawa? We'd love to meet you and understand your reasoning for joining us today, Sawa.
Hi, good morning, Adrian. Hi, everyone. I'm Sawa Nakagawa. I run a consulting firm that's focused on impact investing and social innovation based in Johannesburg. And in my personal capacity, I'm also involved in a number of ESG related sort of projects within the ESG working group within CFA Society South Africa. So I focus generally more on the unlisted side of things, but increasingly my clients are interested in ESG. So I'm looking forward to learning from everyone today. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Sawa. And again, a great opportunity, even using an impact investing lens, how can climate risk be considered by, our unlisted investments? So we look forward to also learning from you in terms of your areas of expertise. And again, CFA South Africa and the ESG working group that you've established, really doing some great work across the market. So thanks for that, Sawa. Matthew McDevitt, I think, is next on the list.
I am indeed. I'm just going to try and start my camera here. Always with the tech issues. Hi, everyone. I'm Matthew McDevitt. I'm with the UK's Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office. So I'm one of 4 regional advisors in our central private sector department. So I cover Southern Africa. And the private sector department kind of works on issues that span from impact investing to development finance to work on financial systems and infrastructure. And including green finance. So I'm here as part of that kind of UK delegation, and just mostly interested to listen and see how these programs that we're funding at the country level kind of play out. Thanks a lot.
Thanks very much, Matthew. Great to have you joining today's workshop as well. I think let's try Melanie Donation one last time. Melanie, are you able to hear me, and are you able to provide brief introduction to who you are and who are you representing and why you've joined today's workshop? Okay, it seems we'll wait to hear from Melanie a bit later. Perhaps let me just close out by asking our UK PACT representative, Thapelo Tladi. Thapelo, you and Brent Kluti, would either of you like to provide a brief additional info about yourselves before we move on in the program agenda?
Yeah, thanks, Adrian. Let me try to switch on my camera. Yeah, I think from my side, I think as I said in my intro, my name is Thapelo. Just to introduce myself once again, I head up our UK PACT and international climate finance programs at the British High Commission. And I think just on the PACT side, green finance is one of our focus areas, of sustainable finance. But more broadly, we also have other programs within BASE ICF that we're funding, where we also take a more focused sustainable finance approach. So like the Climate Finance Accelerator, for instance. And so part of what I do is trying to also draw synergies between our various programs, and especially on the sustainable finance front, making sure that the work we support and fund as the British High Commission basically comes together and offers a coherent support package for our stakeholders, especially in South African government, but also non-state stakeholders like yourselves, or most people who are on the line today. So I think just to emphasize that this is a very important area for us as a program, but also I think for the UK government, most of you would also be aware that the UK has a finance strategy. And so even heading to COP26, this is going to be one of the more topical areas that will be discussed there and focused on. I think from the UK side, just to say that this is an important area, and we support this project and other initiatives related to this. Thank you. I think I'll leave it there.
Thanks, Thapelo. Please go ahead, Brent.
Thanks, Adrian. So thank you, everyone. I'll try and be short. You've already heard way too much from me already for this stage of the project. So as I mentioned, I'm Brent Kluter. I'm the Director for Climate Change and Energy at DNA Economics. Really, like I said, as I mentioned, most of our work has been looking at climate change policy. We've also done a lot of work looking at the impact of climate change policy and regulation on firms, and also the broader socioeconomic impact of that. And through that, we've worked, for everyone in South Africa, from our colleagues WWF that's on the line, right through to to the National Treasury, Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment. We've also worked for a lot of corporates, a lot of business associations. So we've really have quite a good feeling for what's going on. And with our in the mitigation space, and with our colleagues at the Greenhouse, like I said, we've developed some of the models, that the Department of Fisheries, Forestry, and the Environment use to look at mitigation issues. And as I mentioned, I alluded to briefly previously, I think there's a lot of really great policy work that's being done in South Africa. Unfortunately, not a lot of this is public. So a lot of this, remained behind closed doors and hasn't gone into the public domain. So I think we're actually a lot further ahead in South Africa on these issues than people generally realize, and that's why we're really excited about this project, because I think this is a great opportunity to both take that information and put that in the public domain, but then also to learn from our colleagues about the best practice internationally. And just having listened to people introducing themselves and the questions that they've raised, I'm very excited, because we're trying to answer most, if not all, of those of those questions. So I'm really looking forward to the session, and I will chat to you again a bit later on when we talk about metrics and targets. But thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Brent, and again, colleagues, workshop participants, thanks so much for taking time just to introduce yourselves and your organization and what your specific area of interest is in terms of benefiting from today's workshop. So I'm pleased to let you know that we are going to now commence with the workshop content, but it is enormously helpful to us as the workshop facilitators and presenters to understand our audience and to know, where you're coming from in terms of specific areas of interest. So with that, I'm going to invite Sarah Mardere to take us through with the first part of the workshop content around an introduction to climate change. And either at the end of or during Sarah's presentation, we may schedule a comfort break, but Sarah, over to you in the meanwhile. Thank you.
Thank you, Adrian, and good morning again, everyone. So hopefully you can see my screen clearly and hear me quite clearly as well. I'll be taking you through a brief introduction into climate change, some foundational concepts that's important for people to understand, because many may be familiar with climate change, many may not be. So it's good to have this foundational session where we just chat through some of the basics to get everybody on kind of a good level of understanding as we approach some of the more technical issues later in today's session and the workshop. So just to start off with what's been happening globally and why this is important. So many may be familiar with this report. It's done by the World Economic Forum. It's their global risk report, which they do annually. And you can see I've highlighted the climate action failure as a top risk by likelihood and top risk by impact. And these were top of mind of business leaders, political leaders, and people from across the globe in different leadership positions. And if I just circle further there, all the different events that are linked to climate change, you see that this map starts to look a lot scarier. So the reasons for this workshop is clear from the slide, and I think judging from the participation of the participants in the workshop today, everyone kind of is on the same page here that this is a real risk that we need to start looking at and thinking about ways in which how to manage and mitigate and adapt to these risks. So onto some key definitions and more foundational concepts in the climate change space. Greenhouse gas emissions is a critical concept to understand. So since the 1700s or so, since the dawn of the Industrial Revolution, humans have been emitting more and more greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. So these include carbon dioxide and methane, and we'll talk a bit more about these later. And so while these gases are important to the natural environment, the quantities that we've been emitting have been a lot more than what can be absorbed. And so as we've been emitting more and more greenhouse gas emissions like carbon dioxide or methane, they've been trapped in the Earth's atmosphere and therefore retain the sun's heat, causing the Earth to increase, in the temperature to increase, commonly referred to as the greenhouse effect. And when we talk about greenhouse gas emissions, there are three levels or three scopes that people normally refer to. Now, the first scope, scope 1, are emissions that result from activities that are under the direct control of a company. These include, combustion of fuel on the site from gas boilers, or the emissions from the company vehicles, from the fleet, or even emissions from companies' air conditioning and air heating within their offices. The second level of emissions from a company one can look at, scope 2 emissions, are the indirect emissions that result from purchasing electricity. The use of electricity results in greenhouse gases being emitted, and therefore it's an important component of a company's overall greenhouse gas emissions. The last component is scope 3 emissions, and these are all the other indirect emissions from activities of the company that they do not control directly. So these are part of the company's value chain or supply chain, so they're associated with procurement of goods, as well as with business travel, waste, and water. So we'll get more into some of the details later on, but it's good to have a foundational understanding of what scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3 emissions are, as these are important when looking at companies and portfolios, and when we talk about disclosures, important disclosures that a company needs to make. What are the sources and sinks of carbon? So here on the slide, we can see that fossil fuels and industry are a major source of emissions. Land use change is also a major source of emissions. So land use change can be from farming, from urbanization, and from deforestation, and this causes the greenhouse gases to be emitted. Fossil fuels and industry, mentioned this on the previous slide, of using electricity or burning fuel, or whatever other industrial activity may occur. But it's also important to understand that there are also sinks of carbon. So our natural landscapes act as a sink for carbon. Trees, shrubs, vegetation, they suck out carbon, CO2 from the atmosphere and store it in the soil. Similarly, the ocean is also a massive sink or storer of carbon dioxide. So all the plants and vegetation and animals in the ocean, they are sucking up carbon, and they perform a service to the environment of storing carbon. And it's important that we protect these things because they're an important storer of carbon dioxide. An important concept to understand is also temperature targets and 1.5 degrees and 2 degrees. What does this mean? So when we talk about temperature increasing, we normally mean that we're looking at what has the temperature, global average temperature, risen above the levels of pre-industrial human society. So here, the Paris Agreement spoke about 2 degrees. We need to target 2 degrees, but recently, well, a couple of years ago now, the United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, or the UNIPCC, they released a special report about why 1.5 degree target is important. So we need to look at the difference between 1.5 and 2 degrees, and then you'll see that the impacts that climate change could have is quite severe, and the difference between those two levels is also quite stark. So if you look at the impact on extreme weather, there could be a 100% increase in flood risk at a 1.5 degree level, and a 170% increase in flood risk at a 2 degree level. Similarly, stark differences occur in the difference in the impact on biodiversity. If you look at what happens to species, how they're different, what's the predicted change in the level of species of biodiversity in 1.5 degrees plus 2 degrees. And all throughout the slide, you can see the different impacts on Arctic ice, on communities and people, on sea level, on oceans, on coral bleaching, on costs, etc., etc. So it's quite important that we look, that we urgently get to or target a 1.5 degree target, because the impacts could be quite stark if we overshoot that, and we are on track at the current levels to overshoot that. So urgent action is needed in order to protect our planet from these really severe impacts. Onto the concept of a carbon budget. So the global carbon budget is from 2020 on. In order to stabilize at a 1.5 degrees Celsius target, then we, for a 67% chance of reaching that target, we can't emit more than 400 gigatons of carbon dioxide, and that's ever. So that's only 12 years of 2018 emissions left. So if you think about how much of greenhouse gas emissions we emitted in 2018, we've only got about 12 years left of that if we want to stay within that 1.5 degrees Celsius target. For a 50% chance, so that's reducing the probability, then we can emit more CO2, but again, then you reduce the likelihood, and it's important to remember that this is forever. So this is our carbon budget, and we need to kind of stay within that budget to make sure we don't warm the planet more than 1.5 degrees above the pre-industrial levels. I think right about now we kind of around 1.3 degrees above where we were. So the need for action is quite urgent. When we talk about climate change and mitigating the risks and adapting from climate change, the fossil fuel conversation comes up, and the issue of fossil fuel comes up. And this slide is showing the fossil fuel reserves across the world. And it shows that if we had to burn up all the reserves of fossil fuels, be it coal, oil, natural gas, we would well exceed the carbon budget, and we will overshoot our targets. So this is just a slide to illustrate that point, that where are the huge fossil fuel reserves, which countries play an important role in the climate change conversation, and it's to illustrate that we cannot burn all of these fuels going forward. We need to find new solutions. Again, showing the concept of a carbon budget on a graph here, we're talking about carbon emissions, and we're moving forward in time, and everything underneath these graphs here that you see, that's kind of our carbon budget and where we need to stay. We are currently increasing our level of emissions, so we need to go from an increase to a flatlining where we stop increasing, so the rate of change of carbon that we emit per year starts to stay constant, and then it needs to decline. And very important to show on this slide is that we need to head to a point of net zero emissions by 2050. So we need to reduce the amount of carbon that we're emitting, but then also start to suck out and store carbon out of the atmosphere more and more and more, so that by the time we get to 2050, we are at a level of net zero. And this is an important concept. It comes up all the time, the race to net zero that we're targeting, we're getting to 2050. And we're going to talk more about different climate change scenarios and different metrics and targets later on in the session. But this is important to show that we want to move our carbon budget to get to net zero, and everything under that line is the carbon that we have left. We can only use that much, as mentioned on the previous slide. So we need to get to net zero by 2050 in order to kind of stay within and stabilize, to stay within our targets and stabilize our climate. So onto a poll question now, here just to test your understanding of the what's been presented so far, or to get a sense of your level of understanding in the room. So how confident would you feel in engaging in a discussion on climate change? So not confident at all, not confident, confident, or very confident. So if you could respond to that poll, that would be great, so we can get a sense of people's level of understanding in the room. Okay, so we see some answers coming through. It's kind of split between the various participants. The majority, or 63%, seems to be not confident. We've got a few people that are confident, which is great. And we've got one person so far that's very confident. So we're going to give it a few more seconds before we close the poll. So if you haven't responded, please go ahead. But thanks for those who've responded so far. It looks like many people are not as confident. So hopefully at the end of the session, you will be further, we will be more confident and we'll move you further up that chain. All right. So thanks everyone who's participated. It's great to get a sense of people's level of understanding in the room. And so we know how to kind of pitch it. So thanks to those who've responded to that. And we're going to discuss a couple more important concepts in the climate change sphere. And this is the kinds of risks that we normally refer to, which is firstly physical, and then secondly, transition risks. Physical risks refer to the physical impacts of climate change. And because we're talking to a financial services orientated audience today, we want to highlight the importance that physical risks refer to how the impacts of climate change, or the physical impacts of climate change, could impact financial performance. And similarly, transition risks are the risks that arise due to changes in regulations, policies, technologies, markets, and reputations. Or we want to talk about how that could potentially impact the financial performance of your investments or your assets or your businesses. And it's also important to highlight these two things because these are important concepts that TCFD highlights, and for disclosures, it's also important to understand these. So chatting a bit more about defining transition risks. So these are the risks that will impact your future cash flows, impact future financial performance, and these come from the potential changes in regulations and policies. One example could be policy changes in carbon prices or carbon taxes, which could lead to stranded assets. And then liability risks is also an important risk to understand, as we see that certain companies have been taken to court and have been found guilty and required to pay certain fines or certain settlements as a result of their activities. And then in the South African case, for example, and that's important for many people here today, we're very reliant on coal, oil, and the oil to liquid sector. And so we face significant transition risks due to climate change. Onto the physical risk side of things. So acute physical risks refers to those risks that are event-driven. These could be from severe weather that occurs. So you can have storms, cyclones, floods. These are the kinds of acute physical risks or events that could happen, and that could be more increasing due to climate change. The second one is the chronic physical risks, and these are risks that present themselves because of longer-term shifts in climate patterns. These longer-term shifts in climate patterns, excuse me, these can be, for example, from higher sustained temperatures over time. So heat waves that persist. These could be from sea level rise on changes in temperature or climate for a certain area. So your droughts and things like that that persist over time. So these are the examples of physical risk, which can be either acute, event-driven, or chronic, that persist over time. Transition risks are important to consider, and it's a big part of TCFD. And it's important to understand that this is an economic issue, and there are certain sectors that are kind of more exposed to climate change than others. And this is an analysis that was done that shows different sectors, particularly focusing on the mining sectors and primary sectors. And they show that these are, sectors that are vulnerable to climate change, and because they provide a huge economic benefit to the country and to businesses, it's important for investors and asset managers to have a view on which potential sectors are particularly exposed to climate change. So here's the next up, there's going to be a poll. So the next poll for you is, which of the following are not considered examples of the 2 major climate risk categories? So is it transition risk, personal risks, physical risks, or task risks? So which of the following are not considered examples of 2 major climate risk categories? And this is to kind of test your knowledge on the previous section that we just discussed. So a few responses coming in. It's great. It seems people were paying attention or understand, the 2 different types of risks that's most commonly talked about in the climate change sphere. Excellent. So we've got a smart bunch of people here today. Thanks everyone for paying attention, or if you probably knew this stuff already, for those of you who are very confident, competent about climate change. So we see that most people here have responded that the 2 examples that are not major climate risk categories, personal risks and task risks. That is correct. So well done to everyone who provided those answers. As you can see on the screen, B and D were the correct responses, in the sense that those are the 2 that are not major climate risk categories. So thanks to those who participated. Great to see, great to have everyone participating on the poll today. So there's another poll coming up, and which of the following is not an example of damages or losses from extreme weather events? So we're going to test you here again. Which of the following is not an example of damages or losses from extreme weather events? Are these long-term droughts, floods, resource efficiency, or sustained higher temperatures? Okay, so we see a few responses coming through. Just going to give it a few more seconds. Seems most people have a good understanding of this concept. So great, thanks everyone who's participated. The last few seconds for anyone to put up there to submit a response. But it seems the majority of people have picked resource efficiency, which is the correct answer, which is C. So yes, resource efficiency is not an example of damages or losses from extreme weather events. So well done to those who got it right. That's, I think most people in the audience got it right today. So yes, thank you very much for participating in the polls. It's great to have audience participation. And please remember to pop any questions in the chat if you have any questions. Okay, on to the next part, which is just talking about climate policy. Adrian, yes.
Sorry to interrupt, Seren, but we did have a comfort break, coffee break scheduled for 11:10. So I thought this might be a good break for you in your presentation, just to allow people 10 minutes for a quick coffee comfort break. Does that work for you, Seren?
Yeah, all good.
Perfect. So I think let's ask people to be back at 11:30. So it's just over 10 minutes. You don't need to log off. You can stay online. And when we get back at 30:30, if we can ask people just to raise their hands or to let us know in the comment function or the chat function that you're back, and then Seren will then proceed with the second half of his presentation. Please do remember to ask your questions and make comments, and we look forward to seeing you at 10:30. Well, it's 30:30, and it looks like we have a number of folk indicating that they're back. We hope that those 10 minutes were enough for you to boil the kettle and get your coffee or tea. Do we have our presenter back? Seren, are you back yet? Great. Okay, Seren, so if you want to load up your slides again and apologies for the interruption, but thank you for the comfort break. And we look forward to the second half. Thanks. Over to you, Sarah.
Thanks, Adrian. I just want to check if you can see me clearly and everything is audible all right. I had a request to switch off my video. So I just want to double check that I'm clear and audible.
Yes, you are. It may help for some participants if you do kind of stop your video for bandwidth. I've also had that request from one of the participants. So maybe let's take that approach for now, that we kill the videos when we present. And then if there's any questions, we can always put on the videos.
So I've switched off my video. Hopefully the slides and audio comes through much more clearly now. So welcome back, everyone, to this next part of the intro to climate change, which is just a brief touch point on climate policy, which is an important consideration in transition risks. Firstly, I wanted to show this picture of where the Paris Agreement pledges and targets were were putting us on a trajectory of. And what's important to note from here is that the old pledges of the Paris Agreement were different, or where there was a gap between where we needed to be and what the pledges were. So the pledges were actually, probably not ambitious enough for the kind of action that we needed. So while some people may say, oh yes, the policy environment is not a major risk right now because, the pledges, in fact, don't actually translate into big changes. But what will happen in time is that the gap between the original pledges and new future pledges or new policies and updates will close. And therefore, the policies will get a lot tighter, and the action on climate change will get more urgent, and therefore the policy or transition risk will increase, and the impact on companies that aren't taking action will be more severe. In South Africa, there has been quite a bit of action and activity in the climate change space. And this slide is showing, what's the long-term adaptation flagship research program, which was kind of coordinated from the Department of the Environment. But there's a long list of activities, policies, and papers that have come out, and this will all inform future and current policy in the local context. Internationally as well, the countries, here it's showing the emissions from different countries in 2018, and the bigger circles on the map show the countries with more emissions. As you can see in Africa, South Africa is the country with the highest amount of emissions per year. You can expect significant changes in countries where the bigger black dots are, and we can also expect if you're investing internationally, or companies have businesses that have operations internationally, we can expect to see tightening of regulations in economies over the world. And here, this slide is showing where there's carbon pricing initiatives being taken place. So this refers to mostly carbon tax, and it's showing which countries have either implemented a target tax or are scheduled to implement a target tax or thinking about implementing a carbon tax. And it's important considerations for investing in companies with operations in different countries to understand the climate policy level within those countries. And here are countries that have already committed to ambitious net zero targets. So operations or companies or assets that you have in these geographies are definitely going to be exposed to certain climate change risk, and certain countries will be transitioning much faster than others. So the risks from transitions are higher in some countries versus others. The next part here is onto just some useful tools that one can look at. The water risk filter is a spatial tool that one can look at to see what the impacts are of potential droughts or operational risks from increasing climate change is going to impact water availability and water supply. So one can plug in the company's operations, the location of that, and that will give you an assessment of the operational risks, of the physical reputational risks in that space from a water risk space, water risk view. The next one is the Green Book, which got created by the CSIR. They've put together this resource that's free to use. Anyone can go onto the website, which is thegreenbook.co.za. And if you want to have a look at any potential municipality in South Africa, this is a very useful and handy tool to give you an understanding and a view of the climate resilience of certain settlements in the different municipalities in South Africa. The NVI and BCG has produced a very interesting report on how certain trade and commodities are exposed and the vulnerability of those sectors to climate change risk. And this is also, again, freely available for people to look at. And it's also important for asset managers to understand the kind of sectors that they're investing in and how those different sectors are exposed to climate change risk. Again, here talking about the sector exposure, but this is looking at the emissions per sector. So sectors with a higher amount of emissions will probably be exposed to more risks or more transition risks, either from stranded assets or carbon taxes or other kinds of policy risks that may present themselves. While there are tools available, and some are paid for and some are free, but the ones we showed so far are kind of freely available tools, there are also alliances of organizations and companies coming together. One such alliance is the Alliance for Climate Action, or ACAs. The Alliance for Climate Action is calling on companies and cities and other organizations to make certain commitments in order to reach the net zero targets, greenhouse gas emission targets in South Africa by 2050. And these are, it's a great platform for collaboration, for knowledge sharing, for people to come together, to work together to improve their understanding or to collaborate in order to implement certain activities that's going to help them reduce their risks. Then the Science-Based Targets Initiative, which we'll be talking a bit more later. While there are tools available and while there are alliances available, this is kind of bringing those two things together, where the Science-Based Targets Initiative helps companies set targets that are obviously, as the name implies, set based on science. So it might be difficult for companies in certain sectors or investors or financial institutions to understand how to set targets. And the Science-Based Targets Initiative is one such initiative that's helping organizations to develop their own internal targets to help them with their performance management of climate change and climate change risks. So for the next part, I'll be handing over, I think, to Adrian, who will be sharing the video. So I'm going to stop sharing here, and we're going to hand over to Sapata Dasgupta, who can explain the need for kind of sustainable finance and the impact that finance can have on the environment in a more eloquent way than probably I can. So Adrian, I think it's over to you, or is it over to Melanie?
Thanks, Seren. I'm going to ask Melanie if she wouldn't mind sharing her screen and playing the video from her computer. Mel, does that work for you?
Yeah, yes. So I'm happy to play on my side. If I can just ask Safok to maybe just share the link of the video in the chat, because I did receive while Seren was presenting a message that I do have unstable internet connection at the moment. So I'm hoping this works well, but I'll share from my side quickly.
It's not just our economies, but it's our entire life is built around nature because we are part of nature. We're not external to it. Nature provides us with clean water. It offers pollination services, which enable us to grow food. It circulates air, water. I can't think of anything that we do which is not founded on nature's processes. So if we jeopardize that, it's not just our economies that are in trouble. Our lives are in trouble. The demands we make of the goods and services that nature provides us exceeds its ability to supply them on a sustainable basis. We have had a good life. The last 70 years have been particularly favorable to the generation which has lived through this period. We have never had it so good. We live far longer than we ever did before. There are more of us. We're better educated. We're better fed. We travel a lot more. The flip side of it is that we've been living beyond our means, if you want to use a very standard imagery. And by our means, I mean that we are degrading the biosphere in order to do that. And so we've been living a terrifically buoyant life over the past 70 years by making the biosphere less habitable, less productive for our descendants. Ecosystems are assets, just as our road network is an asset, just as our educational system is an asset. So in talking about our relationship with nature, we're really talking about an asset management problem, balancing the various types of assets in our portfolio, and we are mismanaging that. The reason our financial systems do not take nature seriously in their calculations is because the information on the basis of which decisions are made does not contain much about nature. For example, we use GDP, gross domestic product, as a measure of the success of the community or society or a country. And yet the measure has nothing to say about what we are doing to nature. So the lens with which our institutions see their societies is one which doesn't notice nature. So keeping nature out of the formal models, the quantitative models that drive policy, has meant that we are able to imagine unlimited growth possibilities in our material standard of living. That carries with it the thought that humanity is external to nature, whereas we're, of course, embedded in it. And since nature is bounded, it's finite, it must be that the picture of unlimited growth possibilities is wholly flawed. I think COVID...
Adrian, I think for our discussion purpose of today, I'm going to just pause the video there. But yeah, I guess the conversation we'd like to kind of open or have today is around what our participants' thoughts are, or initial thoughts are on the video, a clip that's just been shared, and then as well around kind of their thinking related to what their role is within the financial system or sector that they could play in addressing the move towards a lower carbon economy, and what actions they kind of see they could add value to in that transition. So I guess we'd like to kind of open the floor and have anyone that wants to kind of contribute to this discussion. You're welcome to either use the chat box or unmute yourself if you're able to do so, and just share your thoughts on what's just been conveyed in the video clip shared. No immediate thoughts from any of our participants what's been shared in the video clip. Any views on if you're in agreement with what's been said, or maybe have a different view of how assets are managed and how that links to our transition to a lower carbon economy.
Mel, it looks like our attendees are still processing, which is perfectly fine. I see there's a comment from Brent. Brent said the comment on GDP extends to company financial accounts, hence the need for climate-related financial disclosure. Quite right. I think for me, his comment was that, humankind has done really well, and we've had life good, but it has come at the expense of the natural environment and natural capital. And I think we all agreed that it cannot continue as such, with these externalities being picked up by nature, etc. It would be interesting to hear from some of our attendees today in terms of what their clients are communicating in terms of that, and specific targets, or are clients being very prescriptive in their expectations, or is it more generic as please go and have a look at this whole TCFD thing, or help us to understand climate risk as it relates to our portfolios. So we'd welcome any comments, either verbally if you're happy to share your screen, or audio. Otherwise, please do comment in the chat function. I see Brent has also mentioned that the IPCC 6th assessment report has showed that these risks are no longer tomorrow, that they're indeed, the risks of today that need managing today. And of course, we're going to see more of that as we go into the COP meetings.
Thank you.
Sorry, Adrian. I have just one question. Is the chat disabled for the participants? I'm not able to post it on the chat.
It is disabled from my side as well.
Okay.
And from mine.
That makes a lot of sense.
We'll ask Safaku to enable that. It would be great to be able to have people able to chat, for the full group.
Okay. Lindy, I see your hand is raised. Do you want to make a comment or have a question? You're welcome to unmute yourself.
Thanks, Melanie. I do. Look, I'm not a financial person, so I'm really sort of coming from more the philanthropic side of things, and what we're seeing in the association from our members. And there seems to be quite a lot of resistance amongst the boards of foundations to ESG, with the perception that if one invests in an ESG approach, then you don't make as much money. So, and it seems that many of the asset managers or the asset management firms that they're involved with, their structure of their of how they remunerate their staff is interesting. So it's all on performance. So it seems that there could be a structural issue around how the asset managers are their KPIs, etc., seems to come up as an issue. So, the Alan Greys and etc. I don't know if anybody else is coming up against that, is that, it's all around your performance and how much money you make, as opposed to any kind of ESG indices being incorporated in their performance management systems.
Lindy, thank you very much. That's a great question that you're posing. And I'd almost want to invite one of the fund managers that are active in today's workshop to provide a first response. And then, of course, the project team can also provide our views. Let me just see, Sawa, have you got a comment? Would you like to comment on Lindy's question, or is yours a separate question or comment?
No, I just wanted to echo absolutely what Lindy was saying, and I have a similar experience having worked in a sort of a similar organization in the past, that there is significant resistance in a more philanthropic, or not necessarily philanthropic, but social-minded organizations with significant assets to go and move towards ESG, even not even sort of screening part. And I think there's a lot that the industry can do to communicate that you're not necessarily sacrificing financial returns, and there are a variety of different ESG strategies. I absolutely agree with what Lindy is saying.
Thank you very much, Sawa. And thanks, Lindy, for asking that question. Do we have anybody that would like to respond from more of a kind of a traditional fund management perspective?
Adrian, perhaps I'll just have a go. I mean, I'm more on the client side, not so much on the investment side of things. But certainly from the institutional perspective, fortunately, I think there's been both a regulatory push as well as, I guess, incentive for pension funds and the like, as long-term investors, to pay more attention to ESG and responsible investing factors. Climate change, I think, locally is still thought about as somewhat of a poor sort of second cousin to perhaps the governance and social aspects within responsible investing. But I have had more engagements recently where both clients as pension funds as well as multi-managers are asking about how we approach investments into particularly the banks and their possible funding in terms of fossil fuel projects going forward. And on the flip side of that, how much they're actually allocating to renewable energy sources in terms of projects that they're funding. So it's both, they're kind of like asking the questions both from, if you want to call it the negative or the stick approach, as well as whether the investments are being considered, from the carrot perspective, basically supporting funding institutions who are funding renewable energy projects as opposed to fossil fuel.
Thanks very much, Kevin, for that response, and I'm sure that was useful. Lindy, your hand is still up. Do you want to make a further comment or respond, and then I'm happy to come in with a view as well, unless there's any other comments that anyone would like to make. I'll also keep an eye on the chat.
No, sorry, that was just a legacy hand. I just want to say that I agree with Kevin's comment about climate playing second fiddle to social and governance issues. And I think climate's really got to be pushed to the fore, because effectively climate impacts both social and governance issues. So it really is the foundation on which everything else is built.
Thanks very much, Lindy, for confirming that. I think, from my experience, a lot of people, when they're new to responsible investment or ESG, they automatically assume that when one talks about responsible investment or integrating environmental, social, and corporate governance issues, people immediately jump to divesting from certain assets. And in the South African context, where one has got such a high level of allocation to domestic assets, and of course from a climate risk perspective, we're tied to Eskom. It is difficult to divest from certain sectors of the economy, and so there is this kind of preference for active engagement, shareholder engagement on material, environmental, social, and corporate governance issues. One of the comments that one gets from the asset manager community is that they've been appointed on certain mandates with their clients, and in many respects those mandates don't clearly spell out ESG or climate expectations sufficiently clearly. Of course, that doesn't take away the kind of fiduciary responsibility, both of the asset owner, the institutional investor or the client. As you'll know, Regulation 28 of the Pension Funds Act does require trustees of retirement funds to consider ESG issues in their investment decision-making. And most recently in 2019, the FSCA issued the guidance note on the sustainability of investments as it relates to the investment policy statement of a retirement fund. And I have it, on good reference that the FSCA is currently working on a new directive. Not quite sure when it'll come into play, but effectively a new directive to replace PF 130 of the Pension Funds Act, which has been around for forever, and will also further hone in on some of those expectations from the regulator, which were initially introduced in Regulation 28, as well as more recently this guidance note on the sustainability of investments. So I guess the onus on the market and on managers is to really demonstrate the value add of appropriate ESG integration, and that it's not about foregoing investment returns, but actually about protecting and enhancing investment returns as part of your fiduciary duty. And of course, there are certain asset classes that may lend themselves to more targeted impact investments, and into renewable projects, etc. Are there any further questions or comments on this specific question, or any other questions which anyone would like to raise as a result of the video or the presentation so far this morning? Anthony, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. A slightly different angle, and I think there's a general concern that I have in working with listed companies, that the investors are obviously analyzing and considering their performance with respect to climate change. And obviously there's significant capital that's being allocated, and sometimes a concern around what underpins the decision making. And you spoke about what I regard as relatively simpler decisions when it comes to considering mining companies, for example, that have a portfolio that includes thermal coal, or there's certain simpler stories that inform decision making. But I mean, one of the challenges that we experience, and maybe the physical climate impacts is a good example. It's obviously highly localized, and I've been working with companies, and just take a mining company for example. They've got this particular company's got 3 mines in the Northern Cape, all producing the same sort of thing, all quite close to each other. You'd think that it would be a relatively simple story in terms of what the water risk is, but each one of them has a fundamentally different risk profile. And then so on the one hand, communicating that nuance to investors is difficult. It is technical by nature. The second is, when you start looking at projections around physical climate impacts, and I guess this just highlights that there's a journey that these companies need to go on. You generate the data, which is, if it's using Green Book or some of the other tools that were presented earlier, to say, okay, well, it's going to be apologies, it's my alarm system. It's going to be a shift from X to Y in terms of a particular climate stressor. But then how do you actually convert that into something meaningful at the operation? And, for them to decide, okay, is that a threshold at which we've got to invest in some additional kit, or does that go beyond a threshold where we can't actually mine? There's significant engineering work that's got to be done. Integration of that data into hydrogeological modeling, into feasibility studies, etc. So I think there's an interesting challenge around how to consider climate risk in your investment decision making with the information that we currently have, while trying to address some of those nuances, but at the same time recognizing that some of that work legitimately still needs to happen for companies to generate the kind of the information and present it to the investment community in a way that that captures the nuance, and that's that is appropriate and relevant. So yeah, I guess it's a word of caution, but but also, you know, for the investors to sort of try and drive that as well, you know, without necessarily saying, expecting it to be turned around in the very, very short term, but appreciating that, you know, doing it properly is a journey. Yeah, so I just wanted to sort of drop it in there, I guess, in terms of some of the experience I've had with these listed companies.
Thank you so much, Anthony, and you know, very useful to to understand your perspective and you know the practical challenges that your clients, these companies have in terms of you know, making long-term strategic decisions and trying to consider investor requirements, etc. You know, for this particular project that we're working on, you know, with UK Pact funding, we're looking specifically at transition risk as it relates to listed companies. But we do recognize the importance of the physical risk component, and we are keen to include that in hopefully a subsequent extension of the project, as well as going beyond the listed equity universe. I don't want to put anything on you, Brent, but I don't know if, Brent, if you've got any comments around, you know, the physical risk aspect, you know, as raised by Anthony. If you've got any comments there, Brent.
Hi, Adrian. Yeah, no, look, I think that's fascinating, and I think that is physical risk is the one area where we are a little bit behind in South Africa. I mean, there are lots of tools, but it does require digging quite deep. So I mean, the examples that Adrian provided, I mean that they're great, and you can do this work at a kind of company level. At a portfolio level, it's a little bit more complicated. That's one of the reasons why, when we spec this first phase of the project, we did decide to focus on transition risk first, because we were actually able to quite easily translate international models and approaches to transition risk in South Africa, actually quite a lot easier than we thought. The physical risk is a bit more of a challenge, but what we're doing as part of the current project is trying to highlight the limitations, you know, and trying to see how one would go about to overcome those limitations. And to be honest, particularly from an asset manager perspective, I mean, looking at the disclosures internationally, I mean, the transition risk disclosures is a lot more detailed and complex than the physical risk disclosure. Although having said that, you know, the model that Virgin Paletrix uses does look at both physical and transition risk. So internationally, this stuff is being priced. And I guess the big difference is there's much more detailed, downscaled, much more of the international models have downscaled models looking at the physical impacts in developed countries in a lot more detail, and then that combined with information about where assets are located, allows that to be calculated in a lot of detail. So we definitely think this is a thing that's doable, you know, in South Africa, and at the same kind of level as transition risk. It might just take a little bit longer as the databases are created. But I mean, as Siren has already shown, I mean, there are tools like the Green Book and so forth, but it's already out there, which does help you to qualitatively at least address these risks. And this is an approach which, you know, internationally companies like BlackRock, for example, have started doing this, where they've looked at, you know, particularly in terms of the US portfolio, at different municipal districts in the US and the extent to which they expect these to be hit by physical risk, and this is influencing their decision about, you know, about public sector, you know, public sector debt, you know, and that they're investing in. But there again, they did an exercise in 1 year, then they're using the data for the next 2 years. So it's not currently, at least, the type of continuous monitoring and assessment that is done for transition risk. But I have no doubt that it will get there in the end.
Thanks very much, Brent. I'm just checking the chat function to see if there's any further comments or questions. I see Kevin needs to quickly run off for a client meeting, but he'll join as soon as he can. And thanks very much, Lindy, for your comments around active shareholder and the importance of investors collaborating around ESG issues and filing shareholder resolutions, etc. And active ownership, shareholder activism is critically important in South Africa, where we have a concentrated universe of companies and limited opportunity to diversify beyond our domestic capital markets. I'm looking for any further hands for any further questions or comments. Otherwise, I think we've had a good discussion, and I'm glad we could have that. And thanks very much, Mel, for sourcing that video and sharing it with us. So I'm not seeing any questions or comments. I have also just had a look at the program agenda. We were due to have a bit of a longer break now, but if you don't mind, I'm going to suggest that we proceed with content. And that if anybody does need to take a quick comfort break, that you just do that quickly. In terms of individually, people can disappear if needed. So I'm going to invite Melanie and Seren. I think you're down for this next session on TCFD. We're in your hands, and then I think at the culmination of the end of this session, we'll then have that 20-minute extended break, which is an opportunity for people to have a quick bite to eat, etc., given that this workshop really runs through for a 2:30 end. Thanks very much, Melanie.
Thanks, Adrian. Yes, so before we get into looking at the impact of TCFD on investment decision-making, which will be a large portion of the discussion around TCFD, I think it's worth just gauging our participants with a poll to see how confident they are in having a discussion around the TCFD, so that we're able to kind of see how long we need to spend on this and in how much detail. This session will obviously also take a look at some of the recommendations specifically related to asset managers and what the TCFD recommends asset managers disclose around climate-related financial disclosure. So I'll give it a bit, but it seems that the majority of the participants today say they do not feel confident. One saying they feel fairly confident. So Seren, I think as we go into this section, it's probably worthwhile, specifically on the asset manager recommendations, to spend a bit of time. And I'd like to invite people to make comments and share their thoughts in the chat box while Seren is presenting. So a last few individuals making their answers with the poll. I guess we can end it now. It seems everyone has made their vote, most saying not confident. So thanks for sharing that with us. It really helps us gauge where we need to spend a bit of more time in engaging you around that. So I guess before we start off with Seren's section, it's nice to maybe just pause here and quickly reflect on why there's such an urgent need for improved climate-related disclosure, particularly as asset managers play a very important role in this regard. So many people in this discussion would have known that globally, and I think locally, we've also seen a good increase. There's been quite a number of requests around more broader ESG matters, information relating to that, as there's been an increasing realization that improved disclosure is not only important for better decision-making and managing risk at both a micro and macro scale, but it also helps companies and financial institutions, as well as governments, to better understand their risk exposure, that meaning both physical and transition risks posed by climate change, and to then be able to strategically plan for the transition to a low carbon economy. In recent months, we've also seen particularly physical impacts of climate change globally play out really extensively in a number of different parts of the world, which has resulted in material financial impacts that governments and various other stakeholders needed to manage, which has led to this increased demand for climate-related financial disclosure to be able to make better investment decision making. So I think the point we're trying to just drive through is that increased disclosure doesn't only stand to benefit one particular kind of stakeholder, but it does really benefit various stakeholders. And by encouraging climate-related financial disclosure by asset owners and asset managers, beneficiaries and other stakeholders will be in a position to better understand the exposures to climate-related risks and opportunities, and then as such be able to make better informed decisions. So yeah, then I quickly just, before we start on the next slides, like to gauge our participants just to see how comfortable people are with different climate-related disclosure frameworks, because I'll be touching on some of these in the next two slides, given that this workshop has a good a deep focus on the TCFD recommendations. So the poll here is, which climate-related disclosure framework are you most familiar with? CDP, TCFD, GRI, or SBTI, so science-based targets. So I'll give it a moment, but for the most part, many people say they're most familiar with the TCFD recommendations, one saying GRI, and I'm glad to see that many have a good familiarity with the TCFD disclosures. It's interesting to see that no one has as of yet mentioned CDP, and I'm saying it's interesting because I'll show you guys now, but CDP and TCFD, there's quite a bit of overlap in terms of some of the themes that's covered by both CDP and TCFD. Okay, so yeah, many participants saying TCFD, only one saying GRI, and then I'll quickly head into just touching on briefly on some of the reporting standards and frameworks. So these reporting frameworks and standards have come about because of the need for credible, timeless, and relevant climate-related disclosures. And these mentioned up on this slide are some of those frameworks that are used to disclose that information. Naturally, many of these have different kind of focus areas geared towards different stakeholder needs, which has up until for a long time resulted in a bit of a misalignment on what information has been kind of reported on, and yeah, not very consistent reporting, unfortunately. But we've seen in the last couple of months there's globally a move towards trying to align some of these frameworks, and I've mentioned earlier that yeah, I find it interesting to see the kind of familiarity around CDP, but it's good. I mean, that means we can share with you guys what we've found from some of the research that we've done. So the CDP runs a global environmental disclosure system for companies, investors, and other entities like cities and different regions. And more than 9,600 companies reported through CDP on climate change, water security, and forests. And that platform provides a mechanism for reporting in line with the with some of the themes of TCFD. So you'll see here it covers things like governance, risks and opportunities, strategy, targets, emissions, and so forth. And this basically then provides investors and disclosures with a platform where we've now seen that, you know, historically many reporters using this framework has been able to kind of do almost the initial groundwork for if they would like to start with the alignment process to the TCFD recommendations, because a lot of what's required to be disclosed by the TCFD recommendations has historically been covered by many of the questions in your CDP submissions that companies do annually. And Safaku will kind of expand on some of the research, the data that we found by largely, we've used other kind of sources as well, but I mean, the CDP disclosures were key to some of the data that we were able to find related to climate risk. Yeah, so then just to kind of as a primer and continue with the discussion that, or some of the topics that Seren touched on earlier regarding climate risk. When one considers the broader discussion of climate change, there's obviously risks associated to it, but with that also is a number of opportunities that companies can kind of leverage off to position themselves for this transition. And I guess for our attendees today that work with investee companies, it's important to understand what the potential financial impacts of both the risks and opportunities can be. We'll touch on that a bit in some of the slides, but just to kind of give you guys a bit of a view of what it could potentially mean for investee companies. So let's quickly take a look at the transition risks. So transitioning to a low carbon economy may entail extensive policy, legal and technology, as well as market changes to address mitigation and adaptation requirements related to climate change. And depending on the nature, speed and focus of these changes, transition risks may pose varying levels of financial and reputational risks to organizations. So when talking about policy and legal risks, these are kind of bucketed. So your policy risks relate to policy actions that attempt to constrain actions that contribute to the adverse effects of climate change, or policy actions that seek to promote adaptation to climate change. Some examples of these include carbon pricing mechanisms to reduce GHG emissions and adopting energy efficiency solutions, to encouraging greater water efficiency measures, for example. And then your litigation risks, that specifically relates to the failures of organizations to mitigate the impacts of climate change, and failure to adopt to climate change, and the inefficiency of disclosure around material financial risks. So that's been kind of something that's been brought on by the likes of property owners, municipalities, insurers, shareholders, and other public interest organizations. And that's kind of litigation, relates to litigation around losses and damages that arise from climate change. And I'm sure we can all agree that given the increase in intensity around various extreme weather events that we've seen recently, that's most likely one of the risks that's due to increase in the near future. So when considering technology risks, technological improvements or innovations that support the transition to a low carbon economy can have significant impact on different organizations. These will have effects on, for example, the competitiveness of certain organizations and their production and distribution costs, which will then ultimately in the end impact the demand for their products and services from the end users. And to that extent, in the next few years, we'll certainly see clear winners and losers that emerge from this process, either those that have been able to adapt quickly or those that have been lagging and then need to kind of deal with the fallout of not addressing some of those risks. So when thinking about market risks, these could be affected by climate change, and it's varied and a bit complex, more complex to kind of pinpoint, but these would be driven through things like shifts in supply and demand for certain commodities, products and services as they relate to climate risk and opportunities that are increasingly being taken into account by various different stakeholders. Then I think one last risk that's probably top of mind for most organizations at this point is kind of the reputational damages that come with the changing consumer or community perceptions of an organization's contribution or detraction from addressing the transition to a low carbon economy. And that's something that companies will have to actively manage to stay on top of and address that risk as they move through this transition period. So with all big transitions, there's a kind of risk related to it, but there's also upsides to the process. And there's growing evidence around resource efficiency that organizations are able to successfully reduce their operating costs by improving efficiency across their production and distribution processes, buildings, as well as machinery and appliances, and things like transport and mobility and so on. So this is a nice opportunity for organizations to leverage off if they're able to do so, because it'll result in direct cost savings over the medium to long term and contribute to the global effort in curbing emissions. So under energy sources, we're seeing this in South Africa as well. There's a growing trend towards decentralized clean energy sources, which has resulted in a rapid decline in costs to users. And we're also seeing globally improved storage capabilities, which enable users to store that generated energy, and then subsequent global adoption of these technologies, which will have significant benefits to the organizations that are able to shift their energy use to low emission energy sources, and would then in the long term result in annual energy savings on their energy uses. So then in terms of some of the opportunities related to products and services, organizations that are able to innovate and develop new low emission products and services may be able to improve their competitive position and also capitalize on shifting consumer and producer preferences. So some of these examples include products that address carbon footprint and so on. And this will ultimately be to the benefit of many of the consumers if they're able to innovate and develop new products and services. So then just lastly, on markets and resilience. So organizations that are able to proactively seek out new opportunities in different markets or types of assets, may be able to diversify their activities and then also position themselves for the transition to a low carbon economy. And this concept of climate resilience goes together with the idea of building an adaptive capacity to be able to respond to climate change and to better manage the associated risks, and then also seize the opportunities that go together with the transition period that we're in. So just before closing off and heading into the 4 pillars of the TCFD and their recommendations, I quickly just wanted to put this slide up. I don't think it's necessary to go into too much detail, but I think it's important to kind of, within the financial industry, to have a good understanding of kind of where your risks and opportunity will ultimately have a financial impact on various businesses. So this slide just shows that fundamentally the financial impacts of climate-related issues on our organizations, on an organization, is driven by specific risks and opportunities to which the organization is exposed to, and its strategic and risk management decisions on managing those risks and seizing those opportunities. And that will be important, and I guess that's probably key to the disclosure of climate-related financial information, is to be able to see and get a good understanding of how companies intend to manage those risks and opportunities over the short, medium, and long term. Okay, so then, Seren, if you can share on your side, I'm going to switch off things on my end for now and stop sharing.
Thanks, Melanie. Just want to check that you can see my screen and it's in presentation. Yes. Okay, fantastic. So thanks for that session, Melanie. I think it's a great introduction or great next step into the TCFD recommendations. For our participants today, the next part of today's session is going to be a little bit content heavy, so the slides are a bit text heavy, but just to note that the slides and things will be shared with participants after this. So I'll go through it fairly quickly and highlight the most important points on each slide. But yeah, just to bear with us for this next session, but I think it's important that we dive deeper into the recommendations of TCFD. So we'll discuss the 4 pillars as well as the 11 sub-recommendations under the main pillars of the TCFD. But before we get into that, we just want to get a quick poll running. So we want to get the audience's view or an understanding from the organization of which of the 4 pillars of the TCFD framework are you or your organization least comfortable with. So is it the governance pillar, strategy, risk management, or metrics and targets? So if you could let us know which level or which pillar of the TCFD recommendations are you least comfortable with, that will kind of give us an indication of where we need to focus or spend a bit more time on. Okay, so we've got a couple of responses coming through. So risk management and governance seem to be areas that people are interested in. Okay, so risk management again coming up strong as one of the areas where people might be not as comfortable with. And metrics and targets as well. So it seems the strategy pillar might be the one where people are most comfortable with, and risk management is coming up as one of the pillars that people are least comfortable with. So it's kind of a similar response that we've seen in other webinars. I think In other webinars, metrics and targets came up quite strongly, but the risk management pillar also was one of those that people identified they're not as comfortable with. And we've got one response for governance. So hopefully the next part of today's session will help enlighten you all a bit more about each of the pillars and specifically the ones that you're interested in. So thanks for everyone who's participated, and it's good to know that we will be going into a bit more on depth on metrics and target a bit later, and we'll be chatting through the risk management pillar in a bit more detail coming up, but thanks to those who've participated. Right. I'm not sure if there's any questions or did someone unmute, but I'm going to go into the next part of session. So this slide is showing the recommendations from the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures. So as mentioned on the previous slide, there are 4 pillars, and the 4 pillars are governance, strategy, risk management, and metrics and targets. A bit of background on the Task Force for Climate-Related Financial Disclosures. The Global Financial Stability Board, they established a task force to develop recommendations for more effective climate-related disclosures that can support financial services companies, those who provide investment services, credit, and underwriting to ensure better alignment and to ensure better climate risk management, and that to ensure that climate risk is being considered and integrated within operations. The Financial Stability Board and therefore the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures, or TCFD, is committed to market transparency as it makes markets more efficient and stable. But, and this is important to stress, although these recommendations are meant to help with disclosures and market transparency, it's also meant to help companies, investors, and others in their understanding of climate-related risks and provide guidance on how to manage those risks. So while this might present itself as a framework for disclosure, it's also a tool for each individual organization to be able to better integrate climate risks within their organization. And also, while it might seem that this is very much a framework that is aligned to the financial services sector, it's also important to recognize that the TCFD have provided recommendation for all sectors and supplemental guidance for certain specific sectors. And with that being said, let's jump straight into it. So this slide shows again the 4 pillars of the TCFD recommendation, which governance, strategy, risk management, and metrics and target. And it shows the 11 sub-recommendations underneath that. So I'm not going to spend too much time on this slide specifically because we're going to go into each of these pillars and each of these recommendations in the next part of my session. So starting off firstly with governance. This is the first pillar of the TCFD recommendation. And under the governance pillar, the recommendation is for companies to disclose their governance around climate-related risks and opportunities. So the first part, so part A of the governance pillar, is asking organizations to describe their board's oversight of climate-related risks and opportunities. So this is focusing on how the board looks at climate change and how the board manages climate risk. So what committees are there that support the board? What are the processes? How does it work when they're reviewing and guiding strategies, plans of actions? And how does the board monitor and oversee the progress against certain goals and targets for addressing climate-related risks and issues? The second part of the governance pillar is focusing on management's role in assessing and managing climate-related risks and opportunities. So here, the recommendations are asking people to look at the levels of committees within the organizations, the level of management oversight whether it's executive management, CEO, executive management or senior management, what level of management is working on managing this or has authority to manage this? What are the processes that support these managers? And what kind of structures does the organization have to help govern the management and processes of managing climate-related risks within the organization? So that's the governance pillar, one part on the board, and part A is focusing on the board and part B is focusing on management's role. There isn't any supplemental guidance specifically for asset managers, but it's good to note that asset managers, or the TCFD notes that asset managers act as fiduciaries, which I'm sure many of you will be well aware of. And as such, asset managers and clients, they rely on reporting from asset managers to help understand how climate-related risks and opportunities are managed within their portfolios. So this framework, TCFD framework, is definitely a helpful tool to help asset managers in providing the right kind of information to their clients. On to the next part of the recommendations, which is the second pillar on strategy. Here, the recommendations are asking organizations to disclose the actual and potential impacts of climate-related risks and opportunities on the organization's business, strategy, and financial planning. So the first part A of the second pillar, is asking organizations to describe the climate-related risks and opportunities the organization has identified over the short term, medium term, and long term. So here, organizations should think about what they consider to be the relevant short, medium, and long-term horizons. Here, they should have a description of the risk and opportunities over each of those horizons and any material financial impact on the organizations. And they should also look at providing a description by sector and geography where appropriate in terms of climate risks and opportunities and the organization's strategies. The second part of the strategy pillar is for organizations to describe the impact of climate-related risk on the organization's business strategy and financial planning. So here, while similar to the first part, this one is asking organizations to really talk about how climate risk and opportunity affects the products and services, supply chain, and adaptation and mitigation activities, as well as operations, and also looking at how this affects operating costs and revenues, capital expenditures, and I think what would be interesting for organizations in this audience group is whether access to capital would be constrained under certain scenarios. And we're going to talk a bit more about the scenarios later, but it's important to highlight this at this stage. Here they provide a supplemental guidance for asset managers as well. Asset managers to describe how climate-related risks are factored into their different investments or product strategies. So whether you have how you have integrated climate-related risks into your specific retirement fund. Do you use it in valuation? Do you use it on a quantitative way? Do you use it in a qualitative way? And asset managers should describe how each product or investment strategy might be affected by the transition to a low carbon economy. So do you have maybe a resources fund? Do you allocate maybe a lot of capital to certain geographies that are exposed to more transition risks or maybe even physical risks? But these are important questions for asset managers to ask themselves in managing climate change. The last part of the strategy pillar is for organizations to describe the resilience of their strategy into taking consideration the different climate-related scenarios, especially looking at a 2-degree or lower scenario. So we mentioned scenarios a few times today, and we're going to be talking about it a bit more later in more depth. But organizations should describe this recommendation from TCFD is asking people to describe how their strategy is resilient under different kinds of climate change scenarios. So where they believe the strategies will be affected by different risks and opportunities, how they might change the strategies to affect such potential risks and opportunities, and the different time horizons related to those strategies. On to the third pillar, which is about focusing on risk management. So here the organization to disclose how they assess and identify and manage climate-related risk. So the first part about the pillar is talking about the process for identifying climate-related risk and opportunity. Here, the recommendations are asking organizations to describe what they determine to be relevant and significant climate-related risk and how they determine that those are the relevant ones in relation to other risks. And organizations should also consider disclosing or thinking about and asking themselves about the process for assessing the potential size and scope of identified climate-related risks. And importantly here, for users of financial information or for disclosing to clients, it's important to openly publicize or really disclose the types of definitions you use or terminology you use, because these can be slightly nuanced depending on your view on certain risks, opportunities, or definitions or standards or frameworks that you use. There's supplemental guidance provided here for asset managers, and here it's an engagement recommendation. So asset managers should describe how they engage where appropriate with investee companies, about how they encourage their investee companies to improve their performances and practices and integration of climate-related risks, as well as to improve the data availability coming from investee companies, as well as the asset managers themselves. So here under the risk management, the supplemental guidance for asset managers is really talking about engagement or active ownership, if you will. The next pillar of the risk management is asking for or is recommending for organizations to describe the process for managing climate-related risk. Specifically under this pillar, organizations should be talking about how they mitigate, transfer, accept, or control climate-related risks, and also describe the process for how they prioritize the relevant climate-related risks that they've identified, including how the material determinations are made. And supplemental guidance for asset managers from the TCFD here is asking asset managers to describe how they manage climate-related risk for each product or investment strategy they have. So all these pillars are, as you can see, there's a common theme related, or there's quite strong links related between the pillars and between the sub-recommendations. But on this pillar, the focus is, of course, risk management. The last part of the risk management pillar, part C, is asking organizations to describe how their process for identifying, assessing, and managing climate-related risks is integrated into their overall risk management process. So while you might have a standalone process, how is that process then related into the overall risk management process of an organization? And for financial services company, there's plenty of risk management and financial risk management that happens internally within the organization, from solvency and capital adequacy to stress testing and all those kinds of things. And how is climate change, the climate risk management process, integrated into the overall organization risk management process? So that's the risk management pillar of the TCFD recommendations. On to the last pillar now, which is under metrics and targets. So here, this pillar and the recommendation is asking for organizations to disclose the metrics and targets used to assess and manage relevant climate-related risks and opportunities. So the first part of this pillar is asking for organizations to disclose the metrics used. Here, organizations should provide the key metrics used to measure climate-related risk and opportunities, and to describe how they consider the use of these metrics associated with, organizations should include metrics on climate-related risks associated with water, energy, land use, and waste management where relevant and applicable. So it's climate is one kind of metric, but it's broader than that in the sense that it impacts on water, energy, land use, waste management. So there's other metrics and targets, or in this particular part of the recommendations, it's focusing on metrics. And it's not just climate metrics, but also other metrics that are associated with it, such as those around water, energy, land use, and waste management. Metrics should also allow for historical periods to allow for trend analysis. And where not apparent, organizations should provide a description of the methodologies used to calculate or estimate the metrics that they've chosen. For supplemental guidance for asset managers, so here again, asset managers should describe the metrics that they've used for each of their different investment products or strategies, and the organizations, if appropriate, should describe if there's any changes over time, and should also provide any metrics considered in the investment decisions and monitoring process. So some supplemental guidance provided by the TCFD here for the metrics pillar. And the next part of the metrics pillar is about disclosing scope 1, scope 2, and if appropriate, scope 3 greenhouse gas emissions. And I mentioned this upfront earlier on in the conversation today in our workshop about scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3 emissions and why that's kind of important. And here we see it's a key part of the recommendations from the TCFD that organizations should provide their scope 1 and scope 2. And here for financial institutions, it's scope 3 GHG emissions that are very relevant, because for scope 1 and scope 2, there's not a lot of burning of fossil fuels for financial institutions on their operational sites at their head offices. While there is business travel and electricity that's used in relation to other sectors, this is quite small, especially if you look at intensity-based measures. So relative to the revenue a financial institution earns, the electricity consumed and fossil fuels burnt on site is quite small, whereas scope 3 emissions, which are the emissions, the indirect emissions that come as a result of lending money or investing in certain companies, these are probably the more important ones for financial institutions. And these greenhouse gas emissions, the way in which one can calculate them should be in line with international best practice, particularly around the GHG protocol methodology, which is widely used and widely accepted. Again, here they recommend that emissions and associated metrics should also be provided for historical periods to allow for trend analysis. And again, if one should disclose and talk about and think about the methodologies used to calculate and estimate these metrics. This next slide is important, I think, for asset managers, as it provides some supplemental guidance provided by the TCFD. Here, asset managers should provide the weighted average carbon intensity where data is available and can be easily estimated for each product or investment strategy. In addition, asset managers should provide other metrics they believe are useful for decision-making, again, along with the description of the methodology. And TCFD have provided some common carbon footprinting and exposure metrics that financial institutions can look at. These are our weighted average carbon intensity. Weighted average carbon intensity, which I think we'll talk about a bit more, is talking about looking at your portfolio, how much of each of those companies or assets that you've lent or invested in, what is their carbon emissions, and then looking at your ownership in them. So if you have a 50% ownership stake in a company, then 50% of that carbon emissions kind of belongs to that particular financial institution that provided that finance. And if you have a whole portfolio of companies, then you take your ownership level of each of those companies, multiply it by their carbon emissions, and you sum that up and you can get a weighted average carbon intensity for your portfolio. And then, look at total carbon emissions, which we talked about of scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3. You add those up but as mentioned, the scope 3 emissions are probably most important. Carbon footprint and carbon intensity. Your carbon intensity is looking at scaling your carbon emissions for your revenue. So how many tons of carbon do you emit per 1 million rand in revenue? That's your intensity. So it's looking at your absolute divided by your revenue. So you take your carbon footprint or your total carbon emissions, and you divide that by your carbon intensity and your exposure to carbon related assets. So how much of financing have you allocated to coal? How much of your portfolio have you allocated to natural gas or oil? So these are some of the metrics that are recommended by the TCFD. On to the last part of the metrics and targets pillar, which is talking about the targets that are used by the organization. So here organizations should describe their climate-related targets, such as those related to greenhouse gas emissions, water usage, energy usage, and those that are in line with anticipated regulatory requirements or market constraints and other goals. Other goals may include efficiency or financial goals, financial loss tolerances, avoided greenhouse gas emissions, or net revenue goals for products and services. In talking about targets, organizations should include the following: whether the target is absolute, so this is your tons of greenhouse gas emissions, that's total in absolute, or intensity based, where you are scaling for revenue, so tons of CO2 equivalent per million rand in revenue as an example. The time frames, as well as the base year that you're using for those time frames, and then key performance indicators used to assess the progress against those targets. So that is the fourth pillar of the TCFD recommendations. So we spoke about metrics, then we spoke about scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3 greenhouse gas emissions. And then the last part, part C, is talking about the targets. So how do you set the targets and how do you measure and monitor progress for that? And TCFD provided some supplemental guidance for asset owners here and asset managers, where they recommended some certain key metrics or common metrics that are used and used globally as kind of best practice or used commonly by financial institutions and investors to look at carbon related risks and metrics and performance. So here we've now come to the end of the kind of deep dive into the 4 pillars and the recommendations. And we wanted to run a quick poll with the audience today. And here we want to just check if the organization, you as a participant, has your organization become a formal TCFD supporter, or are you actively considering taking up the recommendations? So here the options are yes, already a formal supporter, yes, actively considering taking up the recommendations, not yet, you're not sure, or it's not applicable to your organization. So great, we have some people that responded to the poll already. Thank you very much. We see that a couple of responders are already formal supporters, which is great. And we have a few people, 3 people so far, whose organizations have not yet considered taking up the recommendations. Just going to give it a few more seconds here for people to respond. Okay, so it looks like we're not really getting more responses coming in. So thanks to those who've responded. It looks like we've got a couple of people who are already formal supporters, so that's great. And we've got a few people, 3 people here who have not yet considered this. So hopefully for those who have not yet considered this, we're providing some good information that you can feed back to your organization, that you can hopefully start to consider this quite soon. All right, another poll for the audience today, and this is a question to test whether you've been paying attention. Which of the following are not one of the 4 pillars of the task force for climate-related financial disclosure recommendations? So which one of the following is not a pillar? Is it metrics and targets? Is it strategy? Is it HR management? Is it governance or risk management? Okay, so we've got a few responses coming in already. Fantastic. It looks like we've got some very smart people in the room today, or people that's been paying attention, which is fantastic. Seems 5 out of 5 is gone for HR management, 6 out of 6 for HR. So 100% there. It's an easy question, so fantastic that everyone's got it right. The answer is, of course, HR management. So thanks to those who participated in the poll. So I'm going to stop here. You might be a little bit tired of my voice at this point. So I'm going to stop here and hand over to Milani, who's going to take you through an individual exercise now, focusing on our fact sheets. So over to you, Milani.
Thanks, Siren, for that thorough overview of the recommendations and specific recommendations related to asset managers. Adrian, I just want to quickly test with you. Do you think, I'm just checking the time and we are behind schedule. Do you think it's worth, do you think we have enough time to go through the exercise, or do you think we should rather, because I know we wanted to show some of the fact sheets, should we rather share with the participants the link to the fact sheets, and then they're able to, in their own time, maybe just read through some or work through some of the fact sheets? I'm mindful of the fact that Safaku has a section that he still needs to present on, as well as Siren and Brent that will look at the metrics and targets and scenarios, which I know is generally a kind of more tricky topic for most that attend these sessions.
Yeah, thanks, Mel. I think what we should do here is, if you can just load that page which speaks to the individual exercise. Unfortunately, I don't think we're going to have time to do the exercise, but what I'd like to suggest is we take a 10-minute break here. We load the individual exercise task, and folk are able to then go and have a look through to the DNA economics link, which will provide the links to the fact sheets. So those that don't need a full 10 minutes for a comfort or a coffee break can spend some time having a look at the fact sheets. We'll also put the link in the chat function so that people can get that. So let's take a 10-minute break. It's an opportunity to stretch your legs, to grab a glass of water, have a coffee, etc. Let's rejoin at 10 minutes past 1. We'll then go into Safaku's presentation and then into Seren and Brent, and then we'll wrap up with a final round of Q&A and feedback. Again, if we can ask you to take a quick break, 10 minutes, sorry that we've had to cut it short, but we've had some good discussion and good engagement. And please do raise your hand when you're back at 10 past 1, and then we'll pick up with the formal proceedings. Thanks very much, everybody, and thank you so much to Seren for his comprehensive presentation before the break. Okay, it looks like we have 7 hands raised. Some people have let me know they're not able to raise their hands, so we'll assume that those hands that aren't raised are back. We are into the final stretch of today's workshop. And apologies if it's a little bit rushed. Maybe we should have allocated an extra hour for today's workshop. Thank you everyone for letting us know that you're back. I think you can lower your hands. I'll do the same. Safaku is going to be taking us through a fairly brief presentation on disclosure data and trends, both globally and domestically. But the focus will be on domestic disclosure trends that we've picked up as part of this TCFD research project into the fact sheets. And we would encourage you to have a look at those TCFD disclosure fact sheets that the project team has put together as part of the deliverables of this project. It's open source. You're welcome to use those fact sheets as you'd like. Again, it is limited to, I think, 54, 55 of the largest JSE listed companies. We'd love to expand on the coverage and the reach of those, but I'm sure you'll find benefit in having a look at the fact sheets in terms of what's currently available. With that, Safaku, we're looking forward to your presentation. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
We can hear you fine.
And you're seeing the proper presentation, not the other mode.
Full screen mode.
Oh, what are you seeing?
I'm seeing the notes one. So Safaku, I think you're sharing your primary screen.
So switch
Okay.
your presenter view.
Sorry, guys. This is my second time presenting. Okay, what do you think now?
Perfect, thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, apologies everyone and welcome back. So as Adrian explained, I'm just going to be going through basically the disclosure data and trends, both globally and locally as they relate to the TCFD framework. Yeah, I'm gonna try to be quick without sort of taking away from presenting anything meaningful. So yeah, so if maybe I'm moving too fast or there's bits that are sort of just rushed over that you'd like me to repeat or whatever, please let me know. Yeah, so I'll just start. So Saren has already laid out the groundwork on the TCFD as well as its objectives and aims. So my job basically, as I said before, is just to take you through some of the climate reporting trends that we have observed, specifically as they relate to the TCFD framework. So this first slide just shows a summary of the TCFD related statistics as determined by the Financial Stability Board, or the task force actually. So in the interest of time, I won't get into too much detail, but you will be able to find all of this information by following all the links that are sort of here on the slides. And if I'm not mistaken, these slides will be shared with everyone. So yeah. So all I want to draw your attention to in the slide is just the graph on the left, which just shows the annual increase in the number of organizations which have officially expressed their support for the recommendations since 2017 and up to the end of the first quarter of 2021. So as you can see, there's sort of been a modest increase between sort of the 2018 and 2019 years, which then shot up in 2020. So this is just, if you look also at the 2021 year, which is basically just the first quarter, if we can sort of make our estimations, it's probably likely that over 1,000 organizations will, sorry, I just saw something in the chat, so I quickly checked, but it's just Adrian. So we're looking at possibly over 1,000 already by the end of this year, sort of becoming formal supporters of the TCFD framework. So just a note here that just when we're talking about formal support, we're speaking specifically about sort of an organization's commitment to work towards its own implementation of the recommendations, and not necessarily that they will be disclosing according to every sort of one of the pillars. So in October of last year, we had a TCFD status report that was released. So these 9 blocks that you see on the screen currently just show some of the key takeaways and findings from the status report. I won't go into too much detail on all of them, but I just want to take you through some of the ones that I found interesting. So the first is just that nearly 60% of the world's 100 largest public companies support the TCFD, report in line with the TCFD recommendations, or do both. So nearly 700 organizations have become TCFD supporters since the task force issued its 2019 status report, which is an increase of over 85%. The second thing that I sort of found interesting is just the disclosure of climate-related financial information has increased since 2017, but continuing progress is needed. So the disclosure of TCFD-aligned information has increased by around 6% on average between 2017 and 2019. But companies' disclosure of the potential financial impact of climate change on their businesses and strategies remains low. And I think a sort of point that's related to this one is so 1 in 15 companies or 1 in the 15 companies that were reviewed disclosed information on the resilience of their strategies. So in this review, it was just found that the percentage of companies disclosing the resilience of their strategies, taking into consideration different climate-related scenarios, was significantly lower than that of any other sort of recommended disclosure, which is kind of, it's consistent with the findings of some of the research that we have conducted, but I'll discuss that a little later. So, and another point that is interesting, or I guess relevant for today's session, is just so asset manager and asset owner reporting to their clients as well as beneficiaries is insufficient or likely insufficient. So there is sort of TCFD aligned reporting by a sample of asset managers, or the reporting by sort of the sample of asset managers and asset owners has increased over the past 3 years. The task force is of the strong opinion that this type of reporting is not necessarily sufficient, and more progress would probably be needed to be made just to ensure that beneficiaries have the right information to make the sort of financial decisions. And just another sort of interesting point for me was that most expert users find sort of the impact of climate change on a company's business and strategy as the most useful for decision making. So it has just been noted that the information that companies share on their material climate-related issues for each sector and geography, as well as the key metrics that they use in this regard, is extremely useful for financial decision-making. So just again, all of these findings, as well as the status reports, you can find on the TCFD's website. So we know that companies have been steadily ramping up their climate-related disclosure, but what are some of the drivers of this disclosure? So the acceleration in the voluntary support for the TCFD recommendations has been spurred by public pressure, which I guess is not too surprising, as well as policy progress, which is aimed at transitioning to low carbon economies. So regulators and governments around the world are increasingly under pressure to sort of introduce mandatory requirements for the disclosure of climate-related financial risks and opportunities. And this is, disclosure is only likely to accelerate more as more and more governments start to announce that that disclosing in line with the TCFD recommendations will become mandatory. And this is already sort of evident by the increasing number of countries that have indicated their intent on making climate-related disclosures mandatory. This includes so countries like the UK, New Zealand, and the G7 countries. They've already started making moves on making disclosure mandatory. So it's not a question of if, but rather sort of when. But in addition to this, the 5 global sustainability, ESG, and integrated reporting framework and standard setting organizations, so that's the GRI, the CDP, Climate Disclosure Standards Board, the International Integrated Reporting Council, and the Sustainability Accounting Standards Board, have set out their intention to sort of work together to create an international sustainability standards board, which would become sort of the global standard for reporting in a similar vein to the current global standard that we have for accounting. So as TCFD-aligned disclosure accelerates in jurisdictions around the world, it's becoming clear that South African companies will need to do the same if they wish to remain competitive in attracting international investment, and or just sort of satisfy international climate disclosure requirements when operating in other disclosure or in other jurisdictions where they may also have where they may also be listed. So I think sort of for the local front, I think this is sort of the more interesting bit, or what I guess everyone here would care more about. So I'll just start off with the very first project that we sort of did that related to climate-related disclosures, and this was a report which is called The Emerging Importance of the TCFD Framework for South African Companies and Investors, which was research that was conducted by us, the Six Capitals team, as well as the WWF SA Sustainable Finance team. And this project, or this research project, was basically done with the intention of, or the objective of this was just to sort of understand where South African companies and investors are at, or were at the time, sort of with along the journey of sort of TCFD, as well as like the take up, and it was just basically to get a sense of what's happening, what's the South African landscape where the TCFD framework is involved. So this basically was done in the form of just a lot of, well, I guess you could call them interviews, but it felt more like sort of conversations that were recorded between many different stakeholders within sort of the economy. So this would be listed companies, investors, and this would, by investors, we're talking everyone from asset managers, retirement funds, everyone that you can think of. And like I said, it was just done with the intention of figuring out where each of these different parties are along the journey of the TCFD. So just in general, or in broad terms, some of the findings was that there has been a lot of progress that has been made by sort of investors and reporters in the recent years. But sort of from what we found is just that reporters sort of are leading the pack, but investors may still have to do just a bit more work in terms of sort of getting to grips with the recommendations. And this is especially true with, I think, we found with the more quantitative aspects of calculating climate risk. But, so generally we found that sort of South African reporters, they have made good progress on the more qualitative pillars of the TCFD framework. But this is mostly because most of this was already sort of covered in reporting historically. Yeah, so the second project, which forms part of sort of the workshops that we are having now, this was the fact sheet project. So these are the fact sheets that you would have sort of had the time to look through, but because we are pressed, you didn't get to. But like Adrian and Melanie already sort of recommended, it's definitely a good idea to look through them, because we worked really hard on them. But there's a lot of sort of interesting information that you can find in there, particularly where sort of the TCFD framework or the TCFD disclosures are sort of related. So just to summarize how the project worked is we did research on sort of the top 50 or 50 of the largest JSE listed companies. Just so how we did this is we would basically just look through each of the recommendations, of the 11 recommendations, and see how each of those companies sort of disclose according to each of the recommendations. Just to once again deepen sort of our understanding of where South African companies are at, where TCFD or, well, where climate-related disclosure is involved. So within these fact sheets, we found that the local corporate reporters that were listed were lagging behind sort of the international counterparts in disclosing basically their climate risk exposure. But we do know that South Africa has a reputation for being one of the best integrated reporting regions in the world. So we may be sort of lagging out local peers, but it doesn't necessarily mean that we are sort of among the worst reporters in where climate-related disclosure is involved. I'd say we are at least performing moderately well, those 50 largest companies. But just another note is that in our analysis, we saw that climate-related disclosures are actually more widespread than we sort of had expected, based off of the sort of number of organizations that are formally formal signatories of the TCFD. Because on the website we have only sort of now it's 18. So at the time that we did the research, there were only 13, but now as of August, they were sort of 18. So we were surprised to find that sort of there were a lot more companies that were reporting sort of with TCFD aligned climate related sort of disclosure than we had anticipated. But this week, we attributed some of this to sort of the CDP just playing a role in this, because so 2/3 of the companies that we assessed, they reported against the CDP sort of disclosure framework, and sort of the CDP themselves had already they had already stated that 25 of the questions that were in the 2019 questionnaire are aligned with the TCFD. So it only stands to reason that that companies that were already or that had completed the CDP questionnaire had better TCFD sort of disclosure overall. But we also found, or specifically the pillars that we sort of found were the pillars that we found were sort of the better performers from the companies disclosing against the CDP framework, were governance, sort of dealing with the risks and opportunities strategy, as well as targets and the sort of emissions elements. But even though even though sort of there was a close alignment, I guess, between sort of disclosing CDP and having sort of TCFD aligned disclosure, there's still sort of a lot more work that needs to be done where sort of the more quantitative aspects of disclosure are involved. But like I said initially, sort of our findings just show that the TCFD alignment journey, or the hurdle for companies in starting the TCFD alignment journey, is much lower than we initially thought. But there's still sort of a long way to go. Yeah. So once again, so those JC listed companies that we analyzed, we used only basically like we used only sort of what the information that was publicly available. So this was either through sort of annual reports or sustainability reports, or whatever information was available on the company's websites. So this includes sort of the climate policies, if they had any, or any environmental policies, as well as some companies would have sort of climate change reports. So as I had said initially, sort of when we had started the research, there were only 13 of the companies, or there were only 13 JSE listed companies that were listed as formal supporters, with 6 of them being local companies and 7 having primary listings overseas, and the JSE listing being sort of a secondary one. But once again, almost half of those 55 companies that we had sort of analyzed either had a TCFD report, or they aligned their existing reporting suite to the framework, or were in the process of beginning the journey with the framework. So things weren't as sort of dire as we had expected. Oh, I think I actually showed an older slide. Sorry, my apologies. This just shows sort of some of the that just show that this slide basically just shows how, you know, like as I mentioned earlier, although there's sort of we're still starting sort of with climate related financial disclosure in South Africa, but so this slide just shows that some indications that the disclosure is quickly gaining in prominence locally. I won't go into this because I feel like I've been sort of rambling. So I'll just skip over to this next slide, or the last slide, basically, that just shows this would be sort of, so if the slide before this showed sort of some of the indications that there's an improvement in sort of the TCF or just disclosure, this would show sort of some of the barriers that that might sort of be standing in the way of a more widespread disclosure of climate related information. Yeah, so I won't go into this too much either, because I think I was supposed to be really quick, but I ended up talking too much because I like my voice. Yeah, so I think that is it from me, Adrian.
Yes, thanks, Safaku. Your timing is great. I think we have an opportunity for another quick polling question. Polling question 10, after which we'll invite our speakers for our final session, which I think is a shared presentation with WWF, DNA Economics, and 6 Capitals. So it'll be Brent, Seren, and Milani presenting in this final session, which will take us into kind of Q&A and wrap up by 2:30. So if I can ask that we load the polling question, Safaku. I know you've just finished presenting, but if you could load that polling question, please. So again, I'm sure we've all got views on this in terms of responsibility. Whose responsibility is it for disclosing climate-related information? Is it primarily responsibility of companies or investors, or both? We'd love to hear your views on this. And in case you're wondering what we're doing with all of these polling questions, it is informing our kind of project focus areas and kind of planning for an extension of the project. So all of these responses are very much appreciated. So we're currently split down the middle, well, again, between companies and then both. So definitely a strong focus on companies disclosing on climate risks, but at the same time, investors equally have a responsibility to disclose how they are incorporating climate risk in their investment strategies and processes. So thanks everybody for participating in that poll, equally split between, you know, strong focus on companies as well as investors also being responsible for disclosing. I'm then going to invite, I think, Brent, are you up first, or is it Seren first?
It's me first, thanks. So I'll start sharing my screen now.
Super. And a reminder, please, if you've got some questions that you'd like us to address as we wrap up the session, please do pop those into the chat function. And we look forward to this important discussion around metrics, targets, and scenarios, led by Brent and Seren. Thanks very much, Brent.
Hi, thank you very much, Adrian. So I will keep my video off just to help with the bandwidth. Great, yeah. So thank you very much for all the speakers for setting the scene and getting us here. I think what we're going to try and do in this session is trying to make all of this a little bit more practical. So we've talked a lot about the TCFD, about what it's trying to achieve, and now it's time to kind of dig into the detail and see exactly how that's done in practice. That last polling question was interesting. It was interesting that people were split down the middle, because I think as we'll show you now in this session, the TCFD, it really expects the investors to do similar disclosure. So investors and asset managers are not off the hook. Of course, they require the information from the companies, but as you'll see now, it's they also expected to be reporting. Okay, so by now you'll be well familiar with the four pillars, So really the metrics and targets is really the element that kind of concretizes the other four or the other three. So according to the TCFD guidance, it's required to disclose metrics and targets, so used to assess and manage relevant climate-related risks and opportunities where such information is material. So I think so immediately the important thing to measure there is it's not just about disclosure. The metrics that you disclose and that you expect companies to disclose are the ones that they would be using to manage risks and opportunities. So the choice of metrics is very important, because that's basically how a company or an asset manager signals to its stakeholders that it's tracking the right information and that it has the information it needs in order to manage risks and opportunities. So where there's general, the 11 sub points that Seren talked you through earlier, of course, provides general guidance to all users of the TCFD. There's also specific guidance for asset owners, and those are the ones that we're going to be digging in a little bit as we go along. So firstly, the general metrics and targets, like I say, is to disclose the ones used to manage risk and opportunities. It's also then, important to disclose scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3 emissions, and really the important way to decide which emissions to disclose is, again, as it relates to risks. So in most cases, the focus has been in scope 1 and scope 2 emissions, but I think there's growing understanding that scope 3 emissions, so value chain emissions, do also link to risks, and they do create risks and opportunities that need to be managed. So more and more organizations are starting to focus on also disclosing their scope 3 emissions. And of course, from the perspective of an asset manager, or most financial sector companies for that matter, the finance scope 3 emissions, so your portfolio emissions, is classified under the Greenhouse Gas Protocol as finance scope 3 emissions, is really where most of the vulnerability and most of the opportunities lie. So you'll see a general move towards more scope 3 emissions over time, and we'll show you some examples later on. But then also the important thing is, the metrics are important, but so are targets, because targets signal intent and they signal planning. So whereas the metrics are obviously critical in order for measuring risks, targets provide information about what companies are planning to do and institutions are planning to do. So they help you get a forward-looking indication of whether people are taking climate change seriously, and whether they are in a position in order to really influence their own trajectories, but also manage the risks and opportunities. So before we go on, just to get the terminology right. So the basis of everything is the metrics. So climate-related metrics is a quantitative indicative of the level of historical, current, and forward-looking climate-related risks and opportunities for a given organization. So again, these metrics, they don't just have to be emissions. They can be anything. They can be risks related to emissions. They can be markets that you serve, products. The users of products. They can be customer preferences. They can be. The list is infinite. But the important thing is that they are used to track climate-related risks and opportunities, and metrics can be used to measure progress over time. And that's really the key point. So even though there are some metrics suggested in the TCFD, it really is an organization-specific decision, and it's something that you should think a little bit about, as you go down this journey. Now, in terms of climate-related impact, or climate-related financial impact, that is really the historical or current quantity of forward-looking or forward-looking quantitative outlook. So based on estimates, projections, or forecasts, of how are these metrics going to be translated into financial impacts, and be that opportunities or be that risks. So, I mean, a classic example would be a metric would be greenhouse gas emissions. The financial impact would be if those emissions are subject to a carbon price, for example, then the carbon price times the metric emissions would give you the climate-related financial impacts. Obviously, that's a simple example, because you would also get climate-related financial impacts through market changes, so through changes in demand for products and so forth. So any climate-related issue that impacts financial flows, impacts revenues, impact costs. These are all climate-related financial impacts. And then, of course, the target at the end. The target is a specific level, threshold, or a quantity of a metric that the organization wishes to meet over a defined time horizon, and that will signal that the organization, that signals the organization's overall climate-related ambition and strategy over time. So again, we're not going to spend a lot of time going into this now, but it's really important that in terms of targets, it's not just the metric and how the metric changes. It's also how that fits into the broader strategy, and it's very important that there are time elements linked to targets. The TCFD recommends targets and metrics that matter being split down into short, medium, and long term. So it's really useful that in order to provide that information for the users of these disclosures. So climate metrics and climate targets both translate into climate-related financial impacts, and of course they're very closely linked, but there is that slight difference in terms of what you're trying to do with the different measures. So again, key. I mean, the TCFD, even though it's broadly seen as a disclosure framework, it's really more of a strategic management framework. And the intention behind the TCFD is to create the information that institutions can use to manage their risk and opportunities going forward. So it's really how the information is used is critical to TCFD disclosure, and it's critical to understanding how far an entity is down the TCFD journey. So metrics, need to play an active role in activities throughout the investment, lending, or insurance decision-making process. So a metric needs to be useful, and it needs to be demonstrated that it's used. So it is useful and used. And then target setting, of course, is a useful tool to track efforts. So in terms of reducing reducing exposure or maximizing opportunities over time. So it is a useful monitoring aspect, but again, it's also a critical signaling aspect. So if an organization is signaling a inefficient or a very small, very unambitious target, well, that tells you something about the expectations of the future, and that's probably something that you need to set up and take notice of. Then again, targets need to be embedded in the governance processes of an organization. There's no point in having the targets unless you're trying to meet them, and unless how far away from these targets you are, unless it influences your decision making, it really is pointless to just have a target for target's sake. And also in terms of, and then obviously the availability and reliability of data is critical in setting climate metrics and targets. So it's no point trying to measure a metric which you don't have the data to do that, or to set a target which you don't know whether you're ever going to meet that target. Now, there is a bit of good news on that front, and that is that what we've seen from the TCFD recommends this, but we've also seen this from disclosures already, is that institutions are using qualitative metrics to supplement quantitative data. So if the complete data doesn't exist in order to measure something, you can always use rating scales and things like that in the meantime, in order to measure that, or to signal that you are keeping an eye on these, on these metrics, and that you are monitoring them. And then, as I mentioned earlier on, particularly in terms of metrics and target, it's very important to not just ever refer to emissions. It's very important to split scope 1 and scope 2 emissions, and from scope 3 emissions. And again, based on the organization, all three are probably going to be relevant, but obviously for certain organizations, scope 1 and 2 is more so. If you're looking at a power utility, scope 1 emissions is going to be it. If you're looking at an energy intensive, electricity intensive organization, scope 1 and 2 are definitely going to be key, and scope 3 might be less so. But if you look at anything with long supply chains, so for example, retailers is one where I think there's been recently a realization that scope 3 emissions are actually much more important than people thought initially. And then for financial institutions, scope 3 emissions is critical. That's where all the where all the impact sits. So again, this is just to reiterate a quick reminder of scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions. So based on what Seren had presented to you earlier, the fact that you're interested firstly in all of the greenhouse gases, although methane and CO2 are the two most most important ones and most often disclosed, but really you want to have as many CO2 or as many greenhouse gases as possible included in the reporting. And then it's important to to think about scope 1, 2, and 3. Which do you think is important? And this is, sorry, what I should say is I'm speaking both from the perspective now of a disclosure, so someone putting out a TCFD report, but also a user of TCFD reports, because particularly asset managers are in the very interesting position that it's almost equally important from an asset management perspective. Your role as a disclosure and your role as a user of disclosures is very closely linked, and much more so than most other organizations. So asset managers need to be very good disclosures, and they also need to be very good at using disclosure. So this is an example for of a metric that's also been translated into a target. So this is Barclays Bank. There's an example in their latest TCFD report of their financed emissions. So the emissions linked to their loan portfolio. So again, what's interesting here is they've given a target, and they've given a metric and a target, but they've also given a comparator. So the key thing about both targets and metrics is to understand them within the broader context of the organization and the broader context within risks and opportunities. So this is something Seren is going to tell you a bit more about when he talks about science-based targets in a bit. But it's really, in order for the information to be really useful, you want to convey whether or not the target is it ambitious, is it attainable, and does it make sense? So metrics and targets, if you can provide context to that, or for an organization that's reporting to you can provide context to that, that is really, that then takes it, then it becomes a decision useful metric. If you know whether it's, whether something is, whether it's ambitious, whether it's good, or not. Now, again, as I mentioned, in terms of metrics, how they're disclosed, what they are, it's really, there's an infinite number of different metrics. But the critical decision is, or the critical way to assess whether a metric makes sense is whether or not it feeds into an organization's strategy and risk management processes. So for most metrics, where we've been engaging with companies that's starting off the TCFD disclosure journey, more often than not, most of this information they already have. So a lot of these things they're already tracking. They might not be tracking them in a climate context, but they are already there. So, and again, a combination of historical and forward-looking metrics can signal organizations both its progress and its intent. So where you are now and also where you're going. I can't reiterate the point about the value of qualitative disclosure of metrics enough, and I will show you a couple of examples later on. But it is really, particularly at the start of a disclosure journey, it's really important to provide as much context and as much information as possible, and qualitative metrics can be very useful to do that, particularly while the processes are being put in place to generate the quantitative numbers. Now, examples of of disclosures, it can be proportion of assets or operating, investing, or financing activities that's materially exposed to to physical risk. So so again, this could be you could have a short list and you can identify high, medium, or low, and you can count the high, medium, or lows, and I'll show you an example of that later on. It can be quantitative in terms of the credit exposure to fossil fuels or high risk investments from a carbon perspective. Or it can be also exactly. I mean, in terms of all those 4 pillars that that Seren's talked you through, in terms of the governance, metrics in terms of senior management remuneration, for example, what proportion of remuneration is linked to climate targets, what proportion of management have targets like that. It really, there's no end of options to use to communicate this, and also just the amount of expenditure or capital investment deployed to deal with climate risks and opportunities, or towards certain sectors that are seen as as particularly opportunities or risk is also a useful measure. And this is something we see a lot, where organizations are disclosing their renewable energy portfolios, for example. So they would disclose their holdings in fossil fuel companies, and then they'll also disclose their holdings in renewable energy. Over time, this is probably going to become more integrated, but at the beginning, it's still useful information, even if you just give the two numbers. Here's some examples from Liberty Mutual, for example, which shows their total investment in traditional energy, and then their investment in alternative energy sources. Now, again, this is could be code for high carbon or low carbon, but this is typically where organizations start off. Over time, as they become more sophisticated in their reporting, they'll split these categories out more, and it'll be much clearer to show exactly what they're doing. Now, again, in terms of showing the use of qualitative information in order to support quantitative metrics, this is an example of cities portfolio and then the areas in which they operate. So firstly, it's very useful because it gives you a split of percentage of exposure. So you can immediately see in what sectors that they are invested in. But then they also provide then a qualitative metric in terms of traditional risk and physical risk, a risk rating. So which of these are high, medium, or low risk on both physical and transition risk? And again, as a user of disclosure, you can then go and you can aggregate these numbers and you can try and see, is this risk profile, is this aligned with your appetite? Are you happy to invest in a company with a portfolio like this, or would you like it to look slightly different? I mean, then there's always the option of engaging with companies to try and get them to align their portfolios to one that you're more comfortable in and more willing to invest in. But again, it's a great example of a combination of quantitative and qualitative data that provides a lot more information that you would have gotten by just doing the quantitative data. So if Citi had gone and said, look, we can't calculate the risk yet, so we're just going to show you exposure. I mean, that's fine. Lots of entities start off like that, but really by just adding those risk categories in there, it's really a much more useful piece of disclosure. And also you'll see there's trends over time. So you'll see so you can also track movement over time. So this is really a very good way to start the disclosure journey. And of course, ideally you also want to see some information about how they got to those risk ratings. So it's also important to always disclose the methodology and assumptions underlying both metrics and targets. I mean, that's critical, both as obviously as a disclosure, but also as a user of disclosures. And then, as I said, I mean, there's the metrics that are used are almost infinite. So what BlackRock, for example, has done is in terms of, in addition to its general ESG reporting, it's included a kind of simple tracking mechanism that just shows the number of climate-related voting actions taken, over time. And again, I mean, it shows intent. It shows that they're tracking this. It shows that firstly that they realize that what a climate-related voting action is, up front. So even though it doesn't tell you a whole lot about the impact this is having over time, what it is showing you is that it's something that BlackRock is thinking about. It's something that they're improving on, or something that they're tracking, and something that's increasing over time. So you'll see 2018, 2019, very, very peripheral. But then in 2020, there was an enormous jump up from that. So again, depending on what you want to use your disclosure for, I mean, it really is useful to think a little bit about what you're trying to signal to your stakeholders, and that's always the most important step of the journey. Really is deciding on the metrics, deciding on the targets linked to metrics, before you start disclosing. Now, as I mentioned, previously, given that financial institutions are in this the interesting situation where they are both important users but also very important disclosures, there's also additional guidance for asset managers in terms of what they should disclose. And the three or the four most commonly disclosed metrics currently is absolute emissions. So this is the total number of emissions linked to an asset class, an asset, or a portfolio. And the absolute emissions, again, ideally should be scope 1, 2, and 3, but of course, that's something that can be expanded on over time. But it's also useful to provide metrics in terms of intensity numbers. So both economic emissions intensity or physical emissions intensity. So the first, in terms of economic, it'll be emissions per a unit of value. So in this case, it can be tons of CO2 equivalent, equal to €1 million of assets under management or investments or anything like that. But it's also useful in terms of physical examples. So if you want to compare two power portfolios, for example, it's great to have a amount of emissions versus a megawatt hour of electricity provided, or a ton of product developed, or something like that. So again, any kind of, depending on the portfolio that you're looking at, that will influence how you disclose it. But it's still very useful to have physical intensity numbers in order to compare very specific types of operations. And then lastly, currently, really the kind of high water mark is the weighted average carbon intensity of a portfolio. That is, companies are starting more and more to report that. It's not actually as complicated a thing to do as one would think, particularly because it was great. It was mentioned earlier in terms of our introductory discussion. More and more service providers, more and more market data providers are providing dedicated ESG modules, and these dedicated ESG modules, almost all of them have emissions data in there, particularly for the larger listed equities and assets. This information is out there. Also, as was mentioned during the discussion, right up front, this is a problem in the unlisted space and for kind of weird and wonderful assets. But we're hoping, I'm hoping over time that will also become less of an issue. So I'm going to just kind of show you a couple of examples. So something we've seen, particularly in the developed world, so particularly in the kind of US and EU markets and also the UK market, is there's a lot of product level disclosure starting to happen. So this is an example, or an indicative example of a BlackRock product that was in their disclosure, where again they used the data from MSCI to create a weighted average carbon intensity of of this product. So immediately you can see exactly what the carbon intensity of this product is. And you're seeing this more and more, like I said, particularly in the UK where I'm based. This information is starting to pop up in brochures, in terms of retail information. So it's really starting to come to the fore. Interestingly, so in order for this information to be really useful, you need a comparator. And this is, I guess, what BlackRock is also in their TCFD report has illustrated, is really you want the product weighted average carbon intensity, and then you want kind of indexes or something to compare it to. So you want to know, is this better or worse than than an alternative? So it's, again, context is everything. But then, I mean, looking through the information, I guess we're always looking, internationally for best practice. But actually, I mean, 91's, well, even last year's TCFD reporting, they've actually done this. So they've calculated the weighted average carbon intensity for their portfolio. So as you'll see what they've done here is that they've given it both scope 1 and 2 and scope 1, 2, or 3. So these are the emissions. These are the scope 1 and 2 and 1, 2, and 3 emissions linked to their investment portfolio. So not the company emissions, but the actual financed emissions. The reason people are still so essentially that for them this is a scope 3 emission. This is their financed emissions. The reason people are still reporting it in this format, so scope 1 and 2 separate from scope 1, 2, and 3, is because at this stage, scope 3 information isn't quite as detailed as scope 1 and 2 information. So in terms of organizations reporting, companies reporting, they more and more are starting to report scope 3 emissions, but it's not the same level of data disclosure as scope 1 and 2 yet. So when you're just as an asset manager calculating your scope 3 financed emissions, you need to decide whether you're going to be including the scope 3 emissions of the entities that you're counting or the investments that you're counting also in that number. And then, but then, you know, while currently the weighted average cost of weighted average carbon intensity is best practice, it's suggested by the TCFD. Really, what we're seeing as future best practice, and it's already starting to happen, is a metric called climate value at risk. So it's really calculating the changes in your portfolio you expect under certain scenarios. So both there's really the value of expected value of physical and transition risk under different scenarios. Now, this, of course, is quite complicated to do. So the weighted average carbon intensity is easy to do. The data, particularly for large investments, is easily accessible. The problem with the value at risk is for that you need dedicated models. You need assumptions that translate those scenarios and the impact of those scenarios into financial impacts. But we're seeing more and more people, are using this or planning to use this in future. Investec, for example, have signaled that by 2024 they want climate value at risk, that metric they want to start disclosing that metric. So people are moving towards this area. Now, the important thing is, in order to do this, you need scenarios. So in a little while, we'll tell you a bit more about climate scenarios, and that's another thing that currently is holding back the use of climate value at risk. But it's really something to start thinking about if you are an asset manager. Now, just before I hand over to Seren to discuss science-based targets, I wanted to give you a bit of information about physical risk. So I guess this is given the discussion we had at the start of this workshop, I thought it'd be useful to quickly just give you a couple of examples of how that's being done currently. Now, physical risk up until this point in time has been relatively neglected, largely because, like I said, it was seen as more of a medium to long-term impact. Now, as I popped into the chat earlier on, I think that the IPCC 6 assessment report really has challenged that, that notion. I think what we're starting to understand now is physical climate risks are already here. They're materializing much sooner than we expected. They're materializing much more intensely than we expected. So really, physical risk is, it might not be at the same level, quite at the same level of traditional risk yet, but I don't think it's a thing that you start worrying about in 5 to 10 years' time. I think it's a thing you need to start worrying about now. The impacts might only accelerate in 5 to 10 years' time or become really significant in 5 to 10 years' time. But it's really time to start thinking about this. So BlackRock, for example, even though they don't disclose physical risk metrics in the TCFD report, in 2019 they did a study on physical risk, looking at the expected impact of climate change on municipal areas in the in the US, and again, this information is influencing their decisions in terms of the risk profile of municipal debt and other instruments. And this is typical of the kind of analysis you'd see for physical risk, where it's really, you try and aggregate all the impacts into financial impacts. So you're trying to understand what do you think is going to happen, for example, to the kind of burden of of certain municipalities, what's going to happen to the impact on their revenue streams and so on. And then you use this information to decide whether you think certain municipalities are probably more or less risky than their current risk ratings might actually be signaling. And again, in this case, you can see, so the user information, you really want to be trying to focus on the outliers at this stage. You want to see the companies that are, or the municipalities that are exceptionally vulnerable, and this is what they've done. Here in Miami is when they came out, at worst in terms of their analysis. But of course, this is just looking at a municipality. You can also be looking at the companies inside a municipality. But this level of analysis does give you areas to focus on. So it does show you where hotspots are. So I mean, a simple way of using this would be to overlay this data on the investment portfolio to try and see which companies that they invested in are within these municipal districts. And that would be another potential use of this going forward. And then last example is just, again, a kind of homegrown example is Investec. So where they've also, and again, it's a nice combination of qualitative and quantitative metrics that they've used here. It's split down by short, medium, and long term. So I'm not going to go into the detail now. You can feel free to kind of look at the Investec Climate Financial Disclosure Report. It'll show you all of that. But they're trying to, in the absence of quantitative indicators of risk, they are giving you a lot of qualitative information about the risks. When do you think the risk is going to happen, and so on. So there, in terms of their critical risk, their short-term risk is risks to their operations, where their office is based, for both acute and chronic risk. So this is the one where they then try to provide some metrics. So what they've done is they've used that publicly available, Think Hazard tool, and they've used that to kind of to basically count the locations in South Africa and the UK, and then try and see how many of those locations are vulnerable to high, to high or medium risks. And again, they've done this for their locations. This same example, the same exercise could be done looking at where the main production plants for a certain company that you've invested in are, for example. So it's a great first step in order to start doing this kind of analysis. Now, in terms of the targets, I'm not going to spend too much time talking about those. I guess, firstly, the important thing is, again, different types of targets and different types of time horizons. So particularly given the different pillars of the TCFD, I mean, it's good to have kind of long-term, medium, and short-term targets. What's happening more and more is the targets, again, are being set within the broader context of the low-carbon transition. So which is why particularly science-based targets are becoming so important, because more and more organizations have long-term targets, but you really, for it to be useful, you need some kind of context as to whether or not that target is it challenging? Is it going to be enough? If an organization meets their target, does that put them on a good track to be climate resilient? To still be around in 20 or 30 years' time, or are they still going to be much more carbon intensive than their peers, even if they meet those targets? So that's why it's really important to place the targets within a context of what they're trying to signal. Now, this slide, again, there's just a couple of examples of the kind of metrics that you can use to set targets. Whether it's exposure to Scope 1, Scope 2, or Scope 3 emissions, it could be exposure to using an internal carbon price or a shallow carbon price in order to calculate future exposure, to policies. It can be assets within a certain area, or assets within a certain asset class, or in terms of physical risk, like I say, whether they are in locations that are subject to physical risk, as the examples we just saw. And really, there is there's an infinite number of targets that can be set, but in order to set the right target as an organization, it's important to think about how do you manage these risks, and it's important to work back from strategy to targets. Targets can be useful to guide strategy, of course, but really, in order to know, how quickly you have to act and how seriously you have to act, it's really important to think of these things together. So targets shouldn't be set outside of strategy, and they should be linked back to strategy. Okay, so I'm going to hand over back to Sarah now to tell you about science-based targets, because as I mentioned, this really is the key way of realizing whether an organization's target is in line with what we need to stop catastrophic climate change. So Sarah, thank you very much. I'll hand over to you now.
Thanks, Brent. Great presentation to everyone, to the audience. I'm going to go quite quickly through this next section as we are running a bit out of time. So apologies if it seems a bit rushed, but I think with science-based targets, it really complements what Brent has been saying so far. The reason why we wanted to show you because SBTs is because it's a good example of how a process around setting targets work and how it can be related back to climate financial related disclosures. And it's part of and how it relates back to the fourth pillar of the TCFD framework, which is around setting targets or metrics and targets. So SBTs was kind of funded from WWF's New Deal for Business and Nature, driving action for the next decade. And what we want to focus here today is on the commit part here, but making commitments and setting targets, and specifically setting targets that are based in science, taking cognizance of the Earth's limits. It's part of the SBTIs was created with WWF, CDP, which we've mentioned earlier, the United Nations Global Compact, which is the world's largest sustainability platform, as well as the World Resource Institute, which is the world's largest environmental think tank. And here the vision is to create science targets that are based in science that relate to greenhouse gas emission reduction. Three kind of components here that are important to SBTIs and that very much relate to what Brent has just spoke about on the previous session. And this is the first one around credible and rigorous commitments and that are grounded in science. The second part is around consolidated practical approaches to disclosure. So here we're talking about a roadmap to disclosure around including the steps to mobilize action, as well as, if people are, if financial institutions are looking for KPIs, SBTs provide a great tool for that. And more importantly, SBTs are transparent, proactive, and encourage proactive management of operational and regulatory risks. The science-based targets have come from the Paris Agreement. So it's about going from the Paris Agreement, which is very much a country level focused targets, towards a company level focused targets. And I think the next slide shows this a bit more. SBTs are to business what nationally determined contributions that relate to the Paris Agreement are to countries. So SBTs are like a Paris Agreement for companies, and they also have intermediate goals. So while we might be heading towards a 2050 net zero target, science-based targets help provide us interim targets that are again set in science to help companies guide them in their performance and measurement and tracking against the targets that they set. Here are some examples of companies in South Africa that are either setting targets or about to set targets or have already set targets. And just a few examples. So there are companies in SA already, and the number is growing in terms of companies who are setting targets. The SBTIs require greenhouse gas inventories to be aligned with the greenhouse gas protocol accounting standards. So they are quite technical in how they are developed. And there are some resources that are created that are freely available that people can look at, but you can also contact and reach out to the SBTIs for guidance on how to actually set these targets, and they'll guide you in terms of these technical concepts that one can look at, and there's resources that they provide to help guide that are freely available. Here are some key questions that are important, and again relate back to what Brent was showing on his side about ways of how to help a company in setting their science-based targets, going from what's the company's footprint, intensity, looking at their value chain and emissions in their value chain, where should they focus on to reduce their CO2 emissions, and also opportunities for future growth. Again, this relates back to what Brent was showing with some of the examples, as well as back to the TCFD framework pillar 4 around metrics and specifically around targets. The targets should have a boundary, they should have a time frame, and they help you in determining progress to date, as well as talking about scope 3 emissions, which are for financial institutions quite important. And that relates to the next point quite well, which is science-based targets for financial institutions. So this is specifically looking at the financial sector, and the SBTIs have developed a framework to help companies in the financial sector to develop targets for them. It's, which can be a bit more complicated than, companies in the industry or mining or agriculture or retail or something, or those sectors. The SBTIs have developed a framework that specifically helps financial institutions in setting their targets and monitoring their progress against their targets. So I've kind of gone through that quite quickly in order to save some time. So I'll hand it over to Milani, who's going to take you to the next part of the session today, which is around scenarios. So these slides will be sent to you, and you can have a deeper look into SBTI. So apologies for rushing through, but hopefully you got the gist of that. So thank you, and Milani, over to you.
Steven, thanks, but I think Brent is actually presenting the next section, if I'm not mistaken.
Apologies for that, Milani. Sorry.
So I've loaded my screen. Brent, are you happy to speak to these slides?
I'll pop it, if you don't mind. I'll pop it from my side. Thanks, Adrian. You will see why when I go through them now. Great, thank you very much. Saren, no problems. I think Milani probably would have been just as comfortable doing these slides. So I've no doubt she would have done a good job. But I'm happy to quickly run everyone through these ones. So I guess the first thing just to mention is, what we're doing here with this scenario presentation is really just kind of teeing up the training session we're going to have at the end of the month on the 30th. So we'll give you a little bit of context, and we'll explain to you why scenarios are important, and then really in terms of getting into the detail, we'll do that at the end of the month. So scenarios are a critical part of the strategy leg of the TCFD. It's specifically there because climate change is such a complex and complex phenomenon over long time frames. It's really hard to come to grips with climate change without using scenarios. So scenarios is a key component of the strategy pillar. It is the one with engaging with people we find people get initially are quite nervous about. It's people are used to using scenarios, but they're not really used to using them in this context. And I think that's that's where a lot of the apprehension comes from. And I think look at the base at its basic level. I mean, scenarios is a tool that's been used in kind of business strategy for a long time. It's a tool that's been, particularly in South Africa, I think people are quite familiar with scenarios and the work that Clem Sunter and others have done. I mean, we've got a long history of using scenarios in South Africa. So I think people are probably a bit more comfortable with the concept. It's just in this, the general concept of scenarios is in this application, I think people are a little bit more stressed. And scenarios simply describe a path of development leading to a particular outcome. It's not intended to represent a full description of the future. You're trying to highlight some key elements that will impact on decision making, and that you want to see how they'll pan out over time. They're not forecasts. That they're hypothetical constructs. You can use them for sensitivity analysis, but it's not sensitivity analysis by itself. And you're not trying to make predictions. What you're trying to do is you're trying to see whether or not decisions are resilient to different futures, and you're using scenarios as a tool to do that. So what scenarios are very useful at is to challenge conventional wisdom about the future. So particularly in something like climate change, I mean, it's interesting to look at the kind of unexpected outcomes, or the outcomes that are maybe less likely or less discussed, just to see to what extent outcomes can diverge going forward, and that might highlight some areas of vulnerability that you wouldn't have been you wouldn't have thought about without scenarios. So what you want to do, all your scenarios are just deviations from business as usual. So how do you think the world is going to change from what you're doing now? And often, it might be that you end up deciding, but you think what's happening now is fine. You don't think this is, you don't have to diverge, but you need the scenarios in order to really conceptualize what the diversions could look like. And before you do that, you can't really understand the differences until you've really seen them in practice. So scenario is just a tool to enhance strategic thinking. So it's not and as I mentioned, it's not a new tool. something that's been done, done for a long period of time. Also, it's good scenarios have a couple of characteristics. I mean, firstly, they need to be plausible. I mean, there's no point in having scenarios that are completely unrealistic and then just, will never happen. That's a waste of time and resources. They need to be distinctive, from each other. So the scenarios, they need to be enough variations in enough areas for it to be necessary to look at different scenarios. So if they're too close together, it doesn't really make add much value to the to the exercise. Because you want to see how different permutations of different variables end up over time and over different time frames. So that's what they need to be distinctive, and also a very important characteristic, particularly for climate scenarios, is that they have to be consistent. They have to be internally consistent. The assumptions need to be the same. Yes, certain outputs differ between scenarios, and certain variables take different paths and so on. But the framework used to generate them should be the same. So it's not just making up completely different outcomes of the world. They need to be consistent in that the same mechanics need to be driving diversion in certain metrics or certain pathways. And particularly when picking climate scenarios, this is very important because obviously there's so many models out there being used for climate forecasting. It's very important that you have models based on, or have scenarios based on the same models and the same assumptions within those models. Then they also have to be relevant, of course. I mean, it might be, some scenarios might be very interesting, but they really need to be relevant to your organization. So they need to be generating impacts that will influence your bottom line. It's no point in looking at at sectors and things that really you have no exposure to and you never plan to have any exposure to. So that's why they have to be relevant, and you really should pick your scenario based on your own needs. But then lastly, also they should be challenging. I mean, the scenarios, they need to diverge, and they need to, it's no point in just mapping the same future with slightly different tweaks. They really need to challenge assumptions and about how you think the world will be for them to be useful. So again, that's just a little bit of background. There'll be a lot more of this, at the end of September. But one of the key areas where scenarios is really useful in terms of climate change and climate change policies and climate impacts is because there is this disjunct between efforts to stop climate change and climate change itself. So really, this transition risk and physical risk are two poles of the outcome spectrum. If you have a very weak policy response, so if transition risk is very low, if the mechanisms and regulations in order which we try and stop climate change is not very strong, then there's going to be lots of physical impacts, and there's going to be lots of climate change. And the other side is also true. If there's a very strong policy response, so if there's a strong and immediate policy response, transition risks are huge, but physical impacts then are much less important. So really, scenarios are really useful to think about these different outcomes. Now, and so in terms of the climate scenarios, what you really want to do is you want to take all the kind of risks, you want to translate those impacts into financial implications, and you want to use that to actually see what happens to different assets, to different asset classes, and so forth. And this is what will be presented to you at the at the training at the end of September. Is we've done this exercise for South Africa. We've created climate scenarios based on international scenarios, which we've customized for South African carbon price pathways, and we've used this to classify or to quantify the impact of transition risk on those 54 large listed companies as I spoke about earlier. So we're going to really translate so there's assumptions around temperature rise and policy response and so forth, and we'll explain all of that in detail at the end of September. And then importantly, we'll also show you some examples of exactly what we think the impact and the value of that is going to be. Again, it's a little taster of that session. I'm going to take you through how we decided on which scenarios to use, what the assumptions underlying them, why we thought they were applicable to South Africa, and then also how where we tweak this, because there's so many of these options available, but there are ways of simplifying, simplifying it down and using it, and making it sensible and useful in South Africa. Then I'm going to end just on this slide. Again, I'm not going to speak through this. It's just to give you a quick overview of what the presentation is going to be like, what the workshop on the 30th of September is going to cover. And as you'll get to see, we're going to start from the introduction to a short introduction again about all of this kind of context. So a little bit of overlap what you have today, but focus much more on South Africa. And then we're going to get right into it. How do you choose a scenario? The different approaches. Well, what do you do if you have different resources and sophistication in your organization? We're going to have 3-tiered approaches. Starting with the kind of very simple qualitative scenarios to get the process going, right up to we're going to explain the very sophisticated quantitative exercise that we did as part of this project, and we're going to show you the results of that project. So it'd be great if you could join us for that session, and I hope I've managed to whet your appetite. But please feel free to ask us more questions if you have any more questions on that. Adrian, I think this is probably the point where I hand back over to you. I think you probably want to do the poll questions, and then I think we're ready to head into the Q&A.
Thanks, Brent. Yeah, you've done really well to cover a lot of ground under a fairly short time frame. And I am aware that we have a few of our workshop participants that have got other commitments from half past. So I think let's leave the polling questions and rather invite any kind of final questions from workshop participants that are still with us. This is an opportunity to pose any questions that you might have to Brent or to Seren or to Melanie or Safaku. If there are any burning questions that you'd like us to discuss, I am mindful of time. So if there aren't any hands or comments coming through in the comments section, you do have our contact details. The resources for the project are available via the DNA website, and the slides from today's workshop will be made available via that website. So please do visit the website and encourage your colleagues to benefit from those resources that have been highlighted there. We would really appreciate you taking just 5 minutes to complete the post-workshop feedback survey. That's useful for informing our funders in terms of how we've done in workshop delivery, but also by the project team in terms of prioritizing the toolkit that's being developed, as well as our best practice workshops that we'll be scheduling in the fourth quarter of this year. So I don't see any hands, I don't see any questions coming through. So I think all that remains to do is to really say thank you very much for joining us as workshop participants. We've certainly enjoyed getting to know you during the introductions, and also found the comments and the questions very useful. A big thank you to our presenters today in the following order. Of course, the first welcome on behalf of our funder, UK Pact, Atleha-edu. Then we had Brent Kuti introducing the project. We had Seren Madere from WWF presenting on a number of sessions today. Thank you, Seren. Thank you to my colleagues, Melanie Smith and Safaku Matibe. Thanks for your respective presentations. And then lastly, Brent, thanks so much for sharing with us, in terms of scenarios, and also just making us aware of that forthcoming workshop on the 30th of September. With that, on behalf of the project team, thank you so much for your time today. We really do appreciate it, and we look forward to engaging you further during subsequent phases of this project. Have a good afternoon and look forward to staying in touch. Thanks and goodbye.